Alrighty, let's get this docked in there. Alrighty, let's see if everything is up and running. Order Flow Pulse has a new version 1.0.3. Make sure you download it. It's showing the histogram of the bids and ask right here. Oh, it was crazy night. I worked on that a little bit, and then this morning I had to work on it, and right up to 15 minutes, right up to 9 o'clock, I was pushing stuff. So we've got it going. Make sure you download Orderflow Pulse 1.0.3. Let me check the site just to make sure the new version is actually the download's there. I just need to check to make sure the version, I changed the version number on the site. Yep, 1.0.3. I need to update this picture. The picture needs to be updated, but other than that, it's going to look pretty good. I might want to update it with like the ES because the ES looks a lot better than the NQ. To be quite honest, NQ's got low liquidity on the books. So uh, do, 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 do. Let's go over here. Uh, Connect your encoder to go live. I am live. You just need to update. There we go. Okay. Here, let me do 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 do. Uh, HTTPS bars.com. Let's see if the link works. Do 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 do. Yeah. Well, I really need to update the site. Um. Do 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 do. Okay. Order flow pulse. Let me get a NQ. We're gonna roll over next week, people, to the April. Uh. Nope. I want to go 20 resting orders for a 5 minute, and we're ticked in. I want to go NQ minimum volume 2, large volume 30, resting orders 20. We're going to tick merge this or bend it to 4 on a 5 minute. We're going to click apply. And as you can see here, we have the resting order histogram. That looks a little, that's the 5 minute. Um, okay. Yeah, so if you haven't checked out the site, I worked on a order flow pulse for the bid and the ask, the histogram. Well, that got changed. The bid and ask text got changed. That's not 1.0.6. What am I? I think I'm on the wrong one that I just compiled. Uh, yeah, let me update that. I'm on the wrong. The correct one's up on the site. I'm on the wrong one streaming. Um, to this, let's go to 2, volume of 30, resting orders of 10. That's fine. We'll tick bend this to 4 on a 1 minute. We'll click apply. Um, is that version correct? Yes. So we'll close this one out. Um, do do do. So I got this updated. The resting order histogram to the right still needs work. It still needs work. But the idea is there. Now, if you look, I mean, if you look at the ES, if you really look at the ES, if you look at the ES looks really good. So the ES looks really good on the histogram. That's just because the ES is the thickly traded market. It's a thickly traded market, so it's going to look good on a histogram. It's a thickly traded market. The NQ is a thinly traded market. Let me go to CME Group and double check this to make sure the volume hasn't flipped. What time is it? 9:17 or no, I don't wanna go. I wanna go to CME Group. I wanna go to CME Group. This is what you need to check, people. You need to go to markets. I'm gonna check the, NQ, so I'm gonna go over here to NASDAQ 100. I'm gonna scroll down. I'm gonna go to E-mini NASDAQ futures. Then I'm gonna go over here to calendar. I wanna look at the calendar, okay? We have March 2026. It ends, last trade day is March 20th. Make sure you flip that over, okay? Oh, and now April. We're June. June. I was thinking of another, I was thinking of, another instrument. Let's go to volume. So the volume for the 12th, which was yesterday, for March contracts is like 562,000. Okay, so it hasn't flipped. So late when we get closer to the 20th, when the June contract starts coming up to like like 300,000 or so, or when it starts climbing really good, maybe 2-3 days before the March contract ends, you want to flip over to June for the Nasdaq. Now, if you trade gold or anything else, you just have to come over here to markets, and like gold, you want to check gold. You want to come over here to the GC. You want to check the calendar and gold. That's what I was thinking of. Gold. Gold is March 27th. Okay, it's the last day. So you kind of want to come over here to the volume, and then you can look at March 12th and look at the volume. April. Yeah, so April is already flipped for gold. That's like 151,000. So, you know, you just got to keep, you know, up to date with this stuff. Um, just got to keep up to date with this stuff. Okay. I don't know why that is the way it is. Why is that the way it is? Mm, mm. Okay, so let's come over here. March 26th. We'll do a minimum volume 30, and we'll do that to 20. And we'll tick in this to 4. We'll go 5 minutes, and then we'll click apply and see if that looks better. It does look better, I guess. Let's close this out. This thing's got a little bit of quirky stuff to it. Got a little quirky stuff. That's okay. Well, I'll get it hashed out, figured out. Um, I want to go to charts. I want to go to NQ. Yes. I want to go to hollow. Do this. Lime green. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just update. Okay. I'll go to data series. That's a lot. That's for the day. Alrighty. Get a plot. That's the daily. So the daily. Do. So the daily, as you can see here, we're moving up. We're still consolidating. I mean, we got weeks of consolidation. The market's just been going back and forth for weeks. Um, yeah, that's not looking too good. Why is that the way it is? Hmm. Hmm. Let's clear it out. Let's see what happens. Um, yeah, the histogram thing needs a little bit of work done to it, but it should get there eventually. All right, I need to stay focused. No. Uh, don't want to ticket. Okay. All right. I gotta go. Boy, I was running late trying to get this thing up for the 5 minute. I don't know. I'm gonna have to clear that out. Yeah, that's what I need to do. Uh, all right. 6, we'll do 30. I'm just setting this up because I redid a bunch of stuff. Uh, and balance settings to 4 to 3. We got 6 minutes to the open. Got 6 minutes to the open. Um, persistent ticks. We'll just set that to 3. Oh, I don't even know. 2 and 10. We'll see what that is like. Click apply. Click OK. Um, click data series. Text and numbers do not plot. Come over here, right click. We're going to set this to right side margin. I think 75. I think that worked with the histogram over there. It might not. It might not. There's also an issue with this. I think I need to fix as well. Um, yeah. Hmm. Need to add the moving average. I need to get that up on the site too. What's that? OFP moving average period. 5, 9. I want to change the color of that. I don't like that. Go apply and click OK. Um, yeah, let me save the workspace. Workspace save. Okay, let me get basic order entries up there. Uh, which account do I need to do? I need to do 51. Let's do 51. Going 51 needs some loving. Um, come over here. We'll go to chart trader. Let's see if that one's up. And then we'll go to chart trader hidden. Okay. Um, so I have the 5 minute over here. I'm doing the 5 minute this way. I had to clear it out because the histogram for the bid and the ask was kind of off. I don't know what was going on, but once I hit clear, seems like it cleared it up. Um, so there's still a little bit of slight issues I need to fix. But just always go to the site like every morning. Just go to the site before the market opens and see if there's an update. If there is, just go ahead and download it. Later on, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a section on the site for the downloads, and then that way we can have like keep like the past like three the past few downloads, the versions. So if you update a version and it's not really working for you, but the old one was, or the previous one was, then you can just go back to the previous one. Um, I need to get that done because there's just so much going on. Let's make sure the performance is still working. I mean, this is all working really good. The performance is moving around pretty good. Uh, the DOM has got some performance issues. So if you're using the DOM, you might want to close that out if it's causing issues as far as performance, slowing things down. And also with the order flow pulse, you really got to be careful about these resting orders. Resting orders, like if you set it to 2 here, you see how all that right there? I mean, right now, it works right now. We got 48 lot kicked off. We got a 48 lot that kicked off. Right now, it's getting absorbed. We got resting orders. Let's go to 8. We got a 48 lot that kicked off. The daily, I mean, we're kind of still bullish on the daily, not too much. But we have a 48 lot that kicked off. We're below the OFE moving average, so it's kind of bearish right now. So be careful in the open, folks. Be careful in the open. And we are off to the races. Like I said, be careful because we smoking that 48. That 48 is getting smoked. Um, hmm Let me see if I can get a order flow pulse up here. Yeah, that's going to start lagging. That's going to start lagging. This is 670. Where are we at right here? 674, 672. Yeah, so it's about right. We got a 49 that's getting caught. Um, volume of 2. Heat map. We'll just do live pulse and we'll just click apply. Now we got a live pulse going. Resting orders of 10. The resting orders of 5. Well, so right now, I've got an update for the order flow pulse. As you can see here, the histogram for the bid and the ask is working. Uh, it needs a little bit more work done to it, but it is currently working. And you can scroll and then get this up. Uh, and then if you right click, you can move this around. If you right click, you can move it around up and down. And if you double click, it recenters. Uh, I think this is too much for my parallels. I'm running a Mac on parallels. I don't think I'm going to show this right now. Uh, maybe I can get a little bit of screen recording. Try to get a little bit of screen recording. Let's see what we can do. I actually need to trade. Wow. I don't know what we're going to be doing today, to be quite honest. Yeah, it's going to be blown here real soon. If this market dumps, I could probably save it. All right, knock that thing. Please just stop. Alrighty. Yeah, I got a lot going on. All right. All right. Let's try and. All right. I'm trying to do too many things at once. All right. I need to stop that. I don't see any like really large orders coming through. Why is this the way it is? Today's not a very good day. Got too much going on. Uh, Resting orders on 20. We'll tick in that to 4 and we'll go here to 5. Let's try this again. All right, that's updated. I don't know. Yeah, that's a little weird on there, but hey, I'll just have to deal with it. Um, if I don't tick in it, I wonder if the 5 minute will look better. The histogram for the 5 minute is looking a little weird. 26. We'll go to 5 minutes. Uh, yeah. So if it tick bends, it histogram looks a little weird. Mm-hmm. Okay. That's only $335, but, um, okay, as you can see here, account 17 is 335. Um, trying to do too much. Trying to do too much here. Okay. We'll switch over to account 26. Switch over to account 26. Um, yeah, if you got long right there, I'm sorry, I can't really call shot call when I'm getting in and out. I'm just trying to stay focused. Okay, the reason I got in is because we had the 48, 35, and 49. We had those right here, those sellers. Then we had a positive 30. Then I saw the persistent buying right there. And once we started breaking this area right here, once we start breaking this area with that persistent selling, I just went on ahead and got in and got like a few $100 on that one account. So that's why I did that. You have a stacked imbalance right there on the 1 minute. If you look at this, like on a 1 minute, did I not recenter this? No, I didn't. Um, you've got a stacked imbalance on a 1 minute right there. So you have a stacked imbalance on a 1 minute right there, and then you have persistent buy-in. That right there, you can get in right there, and then you can possibly like get out right here where you have a large seller. If we close below that low right there, you can get yourself about 30 points, get about $600 on that one. Um, I'm just trying to, I can't call this stuff because I'm trying to focus. Uh, got 181 that's getting caught. So you got 181 seller that's getting caught. I've got that one eval is all I need is about $1,300 to pass that one. Um, And I switched over to account. Well, let me make sure I did switch over. Uh, account 26. No, I didn't. Let me come back over here. So we got that 181 lot right there. We got some wrestling orders up top. If we break this high, I mean, we've already traveled quite a bit. And if you look at this right here, the order flow bar moving average, I have to put that up on the site too. Um, we have traveled quite far from it. So that's why if you got in here, that'll be good and you get yourself some money. And then if we travel below the low right here, that 181, we hit the low right there around 750. You want to just get out if you got in this area right here, but you got persistent buying. They're cranking the market up. Yeah. We got another stacked imbalance on the 1 minute right there. So that 181 contracts got caught. As you can see, the volume right here, was pretty high. Um, the volume was pretty high. And then once we broke that area right there, you can use that volume, this little area right here as support, and you probably get yourself about 10 points, about 10, 15 points off of that pretty easily. Um, I mean, how many? If you got in on the break of that, yeah, you can get yourself about 10 points on that. So I got one eval that could possibly pass next week to get another funded account. Um, I mean, I got a bunch of evals. If you look at this, that eval's at 51.7, that one's at 51.2, that one's at 51.1, and I got a funded account at 51,000. So I need to activate more funded accounts. But I did an update on the order flow bars pulse. I did an update. Is that not going to recenter? Hmm. I did an update on the order flow bars pulse. I've added the histogram here for the bids and ask. There's an issue with the 5 minute. I don't know why the 5 minutes doing that. There's an issue with it on the 5 minutes. You can see right here, it's all kind of whacked out on a 5 minute. I don't know why that is. I'm gonna have to look into that. Um, right now we're kind of losing steam right now, so I really wouldn't be trying to long anything, and actually going short is probably kind of dangerous too. So going long, it's not ideal right now, and going short, you kind of have to wait because right now, if you look at this, the order flow bar moving average was sloping upwards. We had a stacked buy and bounce right there, so that is good. It would be nice if it was up a little bit higher, but you could have easily gotten in like around here, and maybe once you saw that 181, we didn't break the low right there, but as soon as we start breaking the low of this right here, you can get out for about you probably had a 50 pointer right there, about 50 points right there. Yeah. What account is that on? That's still on 17. I need to switch that. Where's account 26 execution now? I'm looking at my execution window, make sure I'm on the right account. Yeah. Okay. All right. So we're coming down to support right in here where we had some bids sitting on the books right here. They're just sitting on the books. As you can see, they're flashing. The flash is on, flash is off. So it's kind of a spoofer right there. Let's make sure the 748, 748. Yeah, it's all lined up. I had an issue earlier this week with rhythmic connection on the. Yeah, that's lining up. That's good. We got some bids sitting there. We need to break through that. I mean, the 1 minute has got a some selling and a stacked imbalance, but we need to break through those resting orders. We need to break through these resting orders right here, because right here on the 1 minute, you got this, but you need to break through those resting orders in order to be able to really do anything. As you can see right here, they're getting absorbed. Those sellers are getting absorbed. So we have to break through that in order to actually even think about going short if you really want to, which would be kind of difficult right now. The order flow moving average is kind of flatlining. If we can break through that 181 right there and start climbing, it might take some heat and get out. Got some volume kicking in on the 1 minute right there. And we're kind of drifting down. Yeah. So it's kind of weak. We got a topping tail right there. If you look on the 1 minute, we got a topping tail right here. So that's telling me that you got some sellers pushing it down. You got some resting orders up here. And we could bounce around. We got resting orders on the bids, resting orders on the asks. The 181 is taking some heat right now. They could try and push it back down, and we could just be in a balanced market. But yeah, got some on the 1 minute. I'm looking at persistent selling and buying on both sides. There's a nice little battle right there. We got about 250 order sellers, 250 sell contracts are taking a little bit of heat. Not very much because we haven't broken the highs yet. We don't know if we will. Got an inside bar right there. That's a sell inside bar. So yeah, just drifting right back down. We might have ran to the upside to find value, and then we're just going to consolidate around maybe. In order for them to really take heat, you need to be breaking up in here. In order for these sell contracts to be taking heat, you need to break up here. They're not really taking any heat right now. They took a little bit right up here, but they defended the area. We got some resting offers right there. That was right there. So they just kind of, and then we had an inside bar right here. This was like a doji can. We had an inside bar and we just kind of drifted down. And we got support right there from, we got some bids sitting on the books right there. So sitting on the books, sitting there just not really pushing and doing anything. Okay, so that recentered. That's good. I like that. Um, Whoa, we got 400 contract buy that just kicked off. We have 433 contract buy order that just uh kicked off right around 740, right around that area. They This is hard to go long because of this right here. Because the moving average or order flow bar moving average is sloping down, and we're kind of moving down. So if it breaks here, down here, that could be a short to go down in here to 670 area, right up in here. But right now, I wouldn't be doing anything, to be quite honest. We got low volume right there. We got low volume right here. 433 contracts is not very small. So we really need to, if they're going to push this up, they really need to start doing it now. That 433 takes too much heat. They're going to get out more than likely. You got to wait until the bar closes. You really have to wait. And they're pumping this up. So be careful about going short. They're pumping this up. You got to wait until the bar closes. Now, if we broke that down there, then yeah, you might be able to go down to 693. But you see how fast they're moving this thing up? That is telling me they got some very good strength up in here. They're probably doing some order slicing or something. Um, they're probably doing some order slicing. But at 433, uh, that's kind of weird. I need to bring that up a little bit more. Maybe the 90. That's a little bit better. Yeah, that 433. That is. If you look on a 5-minute chart right there, if you break this area right down in here, we could go down into like 700 area. We could. I'm just thinking the way I'm thinking about this is I'm looking at the large orders. We had 181. We had these. We had about 250 some cell contracts that were taking heat a little bit. They got absorbed right in this area. They tried to push it down. They got absorbed. They couldn't. I gotta stay focused. I was hesitant about trying to sell. I haven't sold yet. I'm very hesitant because that 400 contracts, they could easily slam into the market even again. So this is got some resting orders down there at 693. I mean, if you took that short off of that break right there on the 5 minute, you definitely good. I was just hesitant about doing that. I was just hesitant about doing that just because the 5 minute, I mean, if you took the short on this 433 on the 5 minute right here, if you took that short and you're down here, that's good. You want to make sure you pay yourself if it starts traveling back up. That's the only thing. Really got to pay yourself if it starts traveling back up. Yeah. So they got absorbed a little bit. If they break that 693, that's going to be bad. They need to travel right back up. They got absorbed on this 697 area. Got absorbed a little bit. I just don't like that. So I scalped a little bit off of that, and the reason I did that is because we ran down here, okay? We didn't break through this area right here on this 1 minute. This 1 minute right here, this 1 minute right here, we came down, we couldn't break through. We had some selling right there. As you can see, we had some selling right there. We could not break through. I waited until this candle closed, okay? I waited until this candle closed. We had thin volume right here. We ran up. Man, I should have held that. That would have been nice. But I got out because of low volume right there. I just got out. Took a small profit. We broke this high. We broke the high right there on the 1 minute because those resting orders down there on the heat map, they were just sitting there. They didn't break through. So I just got in here and I just scalped some off for about 10, about 10. I just scalped some off for about 5, 8 points. I can't remember. It's not very much. It's not very much. And look at that. Yeah, I could have made more, but now we're back down to here. So, but that's why I got in. I wouldn't try it again. Um, I really wouldn't try it again. What I really like to see is when they come down like this on the heat map, you, you got some resting orders right there on the bid that got absorbed. You break the high right there. You got volume right here. So you break the high and you get in. Maybe you get in at 710 and you get up here at 720. Maybe you get yourself about 10 points. You can put your stop like break even as soon as we get a pop. Maybe you stop to break even. And then you got this pop right here. You could have gotten yourself like 20 points maybe. Uh, but that's why I did that, just because we got absorbed. So when you're running down and you see selling and you see resting orders light up down here, you see that how different color is? It's lit up. And when you come down to here and you see selling volume, but we're not breaking, that is absorption. Now, if we keep breaking through down in here, then no, that's not absorption. Okay. And you had more buy-in right here than selling, so they got absorbed. So I just thin volume right here, thin volume. So when we started running up and we broke this, I just went ahead and scalped me some off. Um, that's just how the game is played. Um, got a large resting order down there because I'm looking at the map right there. I don't know what is up with the 5 minute for this. As you can see right here, that's a little weird. It's a little weird. I don't know what that is. I got to figure that out. I gotta figure that out today. Um, yeah, I wouldn't try it here. I wouldn't try it here. Um, I mean, we could break through because there's not much resting orders right there. We could break through. They're down here at 657. See how that's lit up? We're down here, so I really wouldn't try it. Um, okay, let me see if I can't get some good. Uh, Resting orders 10. We'll just go to live pulse and we'll just go to apply. Let's see what live pulse is like. Let's see if we can't get good. I'm trying to get some B-roll for some videos. That's what I'm trying to do. Um, at 433, taking a little bit of heat right here. Taking a little bit of heat. Of course, on the 5 minute, you could have scalped yourself off some right there on the 5 minute right here. Once when we were up to here, and I was like, if we break the low down there on the 5 minute, probably come down to this area around I can't remember what I said, 700 maybe. But you could have gotten yourself a little scalp off of that. And then also right here, that 181, I mean, it was pretty much right at the open. But once we start breaking the high right there, you probably could have gotten yourself a little bit because that 181 is taking heat. We're breaking highs on the 5 minute. Yeah, it's going to maybe cover some. Who knows? That's just what I'm trying to do is follow the money. Just try to follow the money and see what happens. Yeah, try to follow the money. Let's see if I can't get some good recordings. So we got a big sell order right there. We got a big sell. Um, it's not going to show up on here because on this chart right here, not the live pulse, it's not going to show. We're right down here to support. You see how we're bouncing off of it? It got absorbed a little bit right here. We got 27 volume kickoff. Now we running back up. Uh, that 52, this right here adds up the volume within 100 millisecond. It adds up all the volume. Each bubble on the live pulse, it just takes the volume and calculates it to 100 milliseconds. It grabs all of the volume, the bids, yeah, the buy, the sells for, we got a 31 lot kickoff, but that's not one order. That's just all buy orders within 100 milliseconds. Um, it kind of kicks off. See right here, we got absorbed a little bit. Now, it's kind of hard to buy right when we come down there because it could just keep breaking through. You need confirmation. You really need confirmation. Now that we closed, if you want to try and do an absorption play, you really need to see volume on the current bar. And you see like 32. Right now, we got 100 and some orders on the order flow pulse. Right now, on the order flow pulse, we got some large positive delta 2. And if you try to get in on the break of this right here, you got the backing of that 39 contract. You got some volume starting to kick in, and also this right here, the 100 contracts within 100 and some contracts within 100 milliseconds. It's dark green, so that means high positive delta. But the problem is we really need to close above here because we got some buy volume right up in here. Not a lot of high delta. We got some buy volume up in here. We got some orders kicking off within 100 milliseconds of each other on this live pulse. So we might be able to get the break right here. If we get that break, we might be able to push this thing. If we get the break, we might be able to push it. Who knows? But that's what we need to do, folks. We need to break that 690. We need to break the 690. You got to think you're counter trend trading. Okay, you're counter trend trading. You got some resting orders up in here. You're counter trend trading. You got to be careful and you got to be quick with your stop losses and your exits because you're counter trend trading. You got support down here, but on this candle right here, they're not stepping in the books right here. Okay, I mean you got the histogram right there. It's showing some decent volume on the books, but we really need to break this right here. Probably 689, 688, something like that. We really need to break that, and we need to break it with some decent volume coming in. You got 48 lots kicking off. I'm not seeing a whole lot on the order flow pulse, on the live pulse. We got large resting orders up in here. We got some resting orders up in there. Yeah, so I don't. If we break that 688, the problem is we got about 10 points up here before we hit these offers up here that are sitting up here. Yeah, I just don't like it. It's you got 55 volume kicking in on the live pulse. I just don't like. We got people sitting in here on the bids. It's taking too long. It's taking too long. I don't like this. Yeah, so this trade's invalid. I don't like this. I don't like this just because, yeah, we came down here, we bounced off, but we needed to trade right up here. We got that 48 order, but this bar right here would be ideal for it to be breaking up here. It's taken too long to break, okay? And when things like that take too long to break, I just trade's invalid for me. The trade is invalid for me, okay? So I'm not trying to do an absorption play right now because it's just invalid. Just scratch it. Wait for another setup. Now watch them really break it right now and then run like 50 points. That would be something. But if you do it, go in light. Go in light. If you want to try it, you can go in light. Go in with some micros or something. Test the waters. At least you're not going to get clobbered if you do a mini. Like if you usually trade a mini and you want to see if this really does break, just go in like a couple micros and test it. That way, if we do slam down past here, kind of like what we're doing now, and we kind of break this area, you don't get clobbered. You only own like 2 micros. But for me, this is just taking too long. Ain't it's invalid? Invalid. Wait for another setup. Resting orders is 5 on this heat map. Let's just change it to 5. Let's see what that does. Yeah, let me redo this one. We're breaking down off that 5 minute at 48 contract. We broke down off the 5 right there. If you look right here, at 5 minute, we kind of broke that. Them 400 lots are probably out by now. I gotta fix the, it's looking pretty good here on the 1 minute, even tick merged to 4, but for a 5 minute, it's not looking too good. I don't know why. I'll have to figure that out this weekend and do an update. See how I didn't like this, how it was taking too long? It needed to do it on this candle or this one right here. This was a little inside bar. It really needed a break on this one. Once it doesn't break on this one right here, I mean, a couple bars past, and if it don't break, it just needs to be invalid. Because I like going off the speed of stuff. Okay. We come down here, we get absorbed, we run back up. The speed of that bounce was really nice. Okay. This one, low inside bar, and then once we break that with the 48, one order of 48 contracts, that was pretty nice. And once we break that, that's good. But once we start taking too long, it's like, no, scratch it. Just scratch it. Because the way I'm looking at it, it's like, okay, are buyers really interested to push in the market? Well, once you start going about 2, 3 bars past, it's like, no, they're not. So just scratch the trade, move on. I mean, if you have to sit here for another hour just to get one more trade, then that's fine. Yeah. So for Bull Knox, I do the level 2 from Bull Knox. Uh, uh, only get what you need. Don't get everything. Only get what you need. If I can, log in and not show information, let's see. No, I don't want to do that. Yeah, I really can't show it without actually showing too much information. But if you log into Bullnox on the dashboard, you'll see to the right it says market depth. Don't click on market depth and then just do that whole stuff because that's not needed. If you're only trading like Nasdaq, ES, you really only need the CME. Okay, you only need market depth, one market CME. Okay, no need to get everything. There's people that do get everything, and I mean that's fine if they want to do that, but don't get everything. No need. There's no need to get everything. It's like 14. Uh, let's see if I can. Yeah. So right here, we got something going on. Okay. Yeah, I can't show it because it's showing my username. I'm not going to show it. But yeah, just don't get everything unless you want it, unless you want to pay for it. I don't. Not needed. Maybe later on. We got a large orders that kicked off on the live pulse. It kicked off. Okay, on the live pulse it kicked off, but not up here. Okay. So you might see large orders on the live pulse kickoff like 50 or 100, and you don't see it over here on this chart because over here on this chart on the 1 minute, that just goes off of one order. So the large volume is just one order. So one order of 30 contracts or more are going to show up here. But on the live pulse, I'm calculating every 100 milliseconds. So if there's 100 orders that come in within 100 milliseconds or 200 orders that come in within 100 milliseconds, it's going to show up here. But it might not show up here because it's not one order. Uh, so we got, yeah, we got nothing there. We look at the 5 minute, the 5 minutes still down. This is a nice inside bar right here. This was an inside bar, and I like playing the breaks of them, but not when it actually broke the area right here. Those trades are invalid for me. I don't like playing the breaks of inside bars when they've actually broke the low. That's just invalid. Invalid. What is this? That's why, because we need 20 up here. All right, I'm gonna just come up here, do this. Hmm. Um. Yeah, you really only need CME. If you're only trading ES and NASDAQ or something, you just need CME. It's like 14 a month. So it's just not needed everything. I mean, if you get everything, it's like 40 some dollars. It's not needed. So the new update I did, I needed to change. I thought I changed the text right there to a font size of 12, but it doesn't look like it. Looks like I don't know how that got reverted back, but it did. Oh, I know how it got reverted back. Okay. Yeah, I gotta fix that and throw that update up there. Uh, but the and also this right here, the box, that little light shaded yellow box, that is the best bid, best ask. That is the spread that you're looking at. Okay, that's the spread that you're looking at. And I've got this one here tick marked to 4, so but it still shows the spread. Okay. And I don't know why the 5 minute is all jacked on this histogram, but it is. You see, I'm looking at a 5 minute right here. And you see how the histogram's kind of jacked up? I don't know how that is. I got to figure that out. I got to figure that out. The only problem is I can only figure that out when the market is open. So this weekend I can't figure it out because we don't have the market open and there's no resting orders. So I just don't know. It'll have to be sometime next week when the market's open at night or early morning that I can figure it out. Yeah, I don't like any of this stuff just because we're definitely in a down market. If you look at the 5 minute, look at the 5 minute, we're definitely in a down market. I mean, you got that 181. If you broke the 5 minute, you got some money there. That 433. If you bought the low right there and you came down here to this resting uh, bid area, you got some money. So yeah, I don't know how much. Maybe 40, 50 points off of this one, and this one. I'm not too sure. But yeah, and if you're green on a Friday, walk away. If you're green on Friday, just switch to another account. Like my eval 17, I got green. I'm up $335 on that one. It's green. It's up to 51,700. So I just flipped to another account. I just flipped to account 26. Got that one slightly green. So that's just what you have to do. Slowly grind them up. That's all you got to do. Just slowly grind it up. Today's Friday. It's kind of slow. Uh, it's kinda slow. The stream is kinda slow on a Friday too. Um, there's another thing I wanna fix up here. See how these bubbles right here are going above the header right here? I need to have it so where, like, on the dominant price doesn't go above the header. Oh, and another thing, if you look up here, you'll see version 1.0.3. So you can check that version number on the site. And if you, Monday morning, if you, early morning, probably before 8:30, if you see that number change on the site, if it's like 1.0.4 and yours is 3, then you need to update. Yeah. So this is the performance on this is pretty good. I'm kind of choking Windows on Parallels. I'm only giving it about 10 gigs of RAM. So this system's able to run pretty smoothly for me. So with yours, if you're not on a Mac running Parallels like me, then yours probably could run smoother. Now the DOM has some performance issues that need to be fixed. But the DOM, I'm going to do a milestone video this weekend to let everybody know what I'm going to be working on. I need to set this to, this is too much. Maybe 10. Yeah. I need to do a milestone video to let everybody know what I'm going to be doing, what I'm going to be working on. I'm mainly going to be working on the order flow pulse. Uh, this right here, I'm mainly going to be working on that. And also, there's another issue I got to fix with the order flow bars indicator. So we have 40, it looked like 45 volume kickoff in there, but no, it wasn't one contract because this didn't break. Um, yeah, the 5 minutes kind of consolidating. Whoops. Yeah, there's bubbles and also down below it does the. I mean, I've got the DOM right there for the DOM right there for the bids and ask for the resting orders. I mean, that doesn't cut off the time down there, and that doesn't cut off the header. But the main window that I coded in, the bubbles that will travel above the header right there, which I got to clamp that. I have to clamp it. The main window, I have to clamp it, the header and the footer down there. But that's just little stuff that just needs to be fixed. That's just little stuff that needs to be fixed. Let's see, we're already centered there. Um, we got some resting orders up here around 652, probably up in this area. I really didn't see anything here. You got an inside bar right there on the 1 minute right there. On a 1 minute, you could have gotten in on that once you saw the volume right there kick in. Maybe. I do like to play inside bars. But I mean, it's an inside bar, but look at the consolidation right here. I don't like that. That inside bar right there, we ran up, inside bar, but we broke it to the downside a little bit, and we ran up. That's invalid. Inside bar right there. Uh, I just, I like playing inside bars, but not in a consolidation area of like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, about 10 minutes of consolidation. I just don't like doing that. Okay, let's try to get some B roll. Let's try to get some B-roll going. I need to get some videos going because I want to throw out an ad. I want to throw out an ad on YouTube. I got it like a YouTube bumper ad. It's like 6 seconds, and that needs to link to another video explaining like order flow bars, order flow pulse, and the DOM. Uh, so just trying to get some B-roll. It's gonna be like a minute or 2-minute video explaining everything, not showing how to set everything up, but just explaining, hey, this is what it does. Let's see if we got. Make sure the data is 714, 715. Yeah, the data's in sync. I look at CME. I look at the CME. I get that feed, and I have to match it up with the rhythmic for Bullnox because been a couple times when it got out of sync. Not seeing very much here. Not very much. You see how that goes up to the header? I need to clamp it so it doesn't do that. The well, the price needs to be clamped too. I just saw that. And the price needs to be clamped. Yep. Just little things like that need to be worked on. It doesn't affect something very much. It just doesn't look very appealing, to be quite honest. And also, I think I need to make the time a little bit wider, kind of scroll that out for the bubbles right here. And actually, what I want to do is see how you can change this right here on the price. You just click and drag it, okay? And then you double click and it recenters. Okay, what I need to do is I need to do that for the time down here so you can drag it out and then yeah. But just little stuff like that will be done little by little. Yep, we dumping. Are we gonna dump it? Or are we gonna dump it? And if there's large enough orders, there's text that shows up right here. There's text that shows up um, on the histogram. On the histogram right here, the text will show up. Right. Keep my finger on the trigger to record when we get something good. Yeah, see that 77. So the numbers will show up right there. The numbers will show up if it's good enough. If I have to modify that a little bit. I don't know. Yeah, that was kind of late. I was late on the game on that one. Wow. Okay. Ain't much going on today, as you can see here. This account 335, this account 170. Not much going on. Those are eval accounts. The reason I just scalped that is just because I saw right here, uh, and plus right up in here. Let's take a look at this. I mean, that's an inside bar, and you could possibly, uh, the reason I got in is because we had this area right here, these resting orders down here. We came down here, we got absorption a little bit, not very much, but you see we had some pretty decent sell volume right there. And then once we broke this area right here, once I saw the volume start kicking in a little bit right there, I just went on ahead and got in. And then once we started trading back down, I just scalped it out. I just got out real quick. I was like for like I actually what I did, and I tried it once, and then I took like a $30 loss, or like a break even, and then I saw the volume kick back in, and then I just tried it again and got it. Uh, so I took a small loss, then I took a winner, and then I was up 170. Uh, so there ain't not much is going on. Not much is going on. The only reason I got in right there and just scalped that out a little bit is, I tried it once and then it started coming back down. I just closed it, just took a small loss. It was like a $30 loss, I think, like 1 point loss, I don't care. And basically a break even. Um, and then I got back in because I saw the volume kick in. And then we ran up. Once I saw that red volume right there, we got a 60 lot that just kicked off. Okay, we got a 60 lot that just kicked off. Um, yeah, we got a 60 lot that just kicked off, so that is kind of bearish if we start trading below this area. But I saw the area they got absorbed a little bit. This candle right here did not break the low right there. So once we broke this, I just scalped it out for about 10 points. Okay. I just scalped it out for about 10 points. So that's what you got to do. You got to be quick. You got to be quick, folks. You got to be quick on the draw. You got to be quick. Uh, this 60 right here, we lost that area right there. The 5 minute is definitely moving down. We'll probably come down here and test the 24,600 area maybe. You got some buy volume right in there. We need to trade below this buy volume because if we start trading back up, yeah, like right now, I'd be cutting the trade. If it was me, if I tried to get on the break right here and I saw this large volume in here, I just cut the trade. And if we break down here, then yeah, you can get right back in and try to get to 600. But that's just me. I will cut it very quickly to a break even. I'll pay the commission. I don't care. Commissions are cheap. Um, yeah, right now you need to see the selling volume kick in. Okay, you need to see the selling volume. Okay, that's not what you want to see because right here, we really didn't see a lot of selling volume. We saw dark green bars for the buy volume, and that means the delta is coming up. That's another thing I need to work on this weekend is get the delta down here. This is not what you want to see, but it might work out. It might work out. Okay. Yep. There you go. Worked out. Um, but me personally, I probably would have not been able to get myself like 10 points out of that. I would have just cut it right here on this bar and not even dealt with it. But that's just me. Some of you got a lot more patience than I do with these trades. I don't because I know the NQ. I've been trading this thing for 10 years. This thing trades like a squirrel hopped up on a gallon of Red Bull. That thing is squirrely as all get out. I am not messing with this thing because I know. I mean, look what it just did. Came down here to around 600, maybe 601. I don't know. But it just came down here and just popped right back up. So you got to be quick. If you got that 60 lot that just kicked off, if you got that 60 lot that just kicked off and you're closing down here and you look over at the 5 minute and the 5 minute See, what you really got to look at is the 5 minute too. You got to look at a higher time frame. And right now on the 5 minute, as you can see, we were trading below this area right here. Okay, so that's good. We got high volume right up here at 6 1/4. So if we get above that, that's all not that good. That was this order right up in here. So at the time, that wasn't there. If you get in here and get in on a break, and you come down here, you need to pay yourself a little bit and put your stop to a break even, and then you can get yourself the target point. But that's me. I just like to scalp. That's just me. Other folks will be different. Now we coming back down here again, but I wouldn't even try to trade that again, to be quite honest. Because we came down here, they got absorbed a little bit, but the absorption, I wouldn't try and play an absorption because you got a 60 lot up there. That's kind of hard to play. Yeah, 40 just kicked off. You got 31 of it. 31 of it is just one order. If we break that low, if we break this low, we can keep going down because I'm not seeing anything on the order books. I'm not seeing very much on the order book. If you look at the histogram, you got a little bit up there at 585 to keep spoofing up and down. Um, but if you break this, you need to see the red volume like you're seeing coming in. Um, you got to know where your stop's at. If your stop's up here, then you have to size accordingly. If your stop's up here, you have to size accordingly. So if you're trying to get in on the break of this low, that's 31 contracts. That's not very much. And you got a lot of buying volume up in here, and you got a big, large order right there. And it looks like um, it's 205. It keeps spoofing in and out. It's 207 now. Um, So are we gonna come down here and try to grab that liquidity at 570? You had some buying up in here, but if you got in on the break right here and you're down here right now, since I know how the NQ trades, take a little bit off the table and move to a break even. You got 200 lots right there. We might grab it, we might not. Okay, but if you got down here, pay yourself a little bit, move to a break even. There you go. You got, and then I would have personally gotten stopped out. But I took a little bit off the table here. That's just the way it is. Boom, you got it, tagged it. Okay. See, a lot people might be more you might be more patient than me. I have no tolerance for the NQ. I have no tolerance for this stupid thing. Been trading this thing for 10 years. I have no tolerance for it. Um, I will come down here, take a little bit off the table and move to a break even. Just because my tolerance level is very low for this thing. You could outtrade me. I can walk you through it and you outtrade me because your tolerance level for this squirrely instrument might be better than mine. All right, we got 185 volume that kicked in, 158 lot right there. We're definitely in the down market. 5 minute is definitely pointing down. So you had some absorption right there. You had some absorption right there. You had resting orders right there sitting on the bed. You had some absorption right there. You got 158 right there. You broke that high right there. Once you broke that 131 of this area right here, you got big volume coming in. They might bounce it up here to 600. We don't know. You can just assume that it does. They're building out on the 1 minute. They're building this out as like a P shape. That is bullish, but they could slam it right back down. You got to be careful. You got to know where your stops at. If you try to, if you're trading this absorption level, we didn't trade below this candle right here. This 1 minute didn't trade below that absorption level. Okay, we traded right here. We got right here. We came up about, I don't know, maybe 10 points. I'm not sure. I really need to code me a drawing tool and a measurement tool, to be quite honest. Um, yeah. So if we got some low volume up here. We got some low volume up here, so that is no good. Get yourself about 10 points, sell a little bit, move to a break even, and you would have gotten stopped out, but you paid yourself a little bit. You can always get back in. We got some people sitting on the bids right here. We got 131, that's 131 contracts, one order, 158 contracts, one order. Okay. You don't see that much uh, a volume on the order book on the level 2, and the reason you're not gonna see that is because these institutions had their stuff. They could do iceberg orders, okay, and that could be iceberg order. It could be a market maker that just slams in, sell orders, okay, and there we go. So this is getting filled. You could have gotten back in. If you come here, pay yourself about a little bit, maybe you get yourself 10, 15 points. It comes down to your break even. It stops you out. You protect your capital. We didn't come back here. Maybe you want to try to break. Maybe you want to trade the break of that again. Get yourself maybe 5, 10 points. Let's see how it goes up and down. It's just squirrely as heck. Um, that's why when I just try and trade this right here, the break of this, when this got absorbed at 158, got absorbed, low volume right there, 131 came down. So 158 came down. I thought for sure when we broke this, we were going to sell off. We didn't. We had some people step in on the bids and they got absorbed right here. This candle right here, this one right here beside the 158, this candle did not trade below that 158. And we broke the high right there, so you can scalp yourself off about 10 points. That's really good. Okay, even if we came down here to this area, as long as we don't break the resting bids down there, as long as we don't break it too much, maybe like a point or two is okay. But even if it breaks it a point or two, let's say this candle came down here and broke it 2 points. If it stays down there for like 10, 15 seconds, 20 seconds, if it stays down there too long and then it slowly comes back up, I don't like that. If it breaks like 2 points down and within like a second, 2 seconds, it just slams right back up here, I like that. You got to think of the speed of the tape. Okay, it breaks 2 points, but it slams right back up. Okay, that's institution market makers just pushing it. That ain't retail traders doing that crap. We're 5% of the futures market. They ain't doing that crap. So low volume up here is telling you something. Low volume. That's why I built this candle out for order flow pulse. Low volume is telling you a lot. It's telling you the participation's not there, folks. The participation is not there. The participation was right here. So when you come down, you get absorbed, you get a break of that, you trade up. You got nice volume right here, P shape, which is bullish, nice P shape. But once you start breaking this area, you take a little bit off the table here, okay? 10, 15 points, take a little bit off the table. If you trade one mini, go ahead and start trading 10 micros, okay? Throw in 10 micros, you get yourself 10 points, sell half of it, pay yourself $100, move to a break even. If it comes back here and it slams down, you made yourself $100. Who cares? Okay, keep doing that over and over, and it builds the account. If you start slinging around minis, uh, you really can't play that kind of stuff. Yeah, you'll make more, but also you'll lose more, and also you can't scale. You can't scale in and scale out. 190 lot that kicked off. You see that large order? That large order right there, I don't know how much it was. It looks like it's 217. I can barely read it of volume. It's 217, but 190 of it was one contract sell, and that bad boy had taken some heat. That bad boy had taken some heat. I don't know what the heck they were thinking. That market maker's taking some heat, and they might be okay with it because what these market makers do, these institutions like Goldman, BlackRock, Citadel, the big boys, what they'll do is they'll be like, "Hey, we got 1,000 contracts we want to sell you," and then a market maker will be like, "Yeah, I'll go ahead and buy 1,000." Then that market maker in the morning will buy that 1,000, and then they'll hedge themselves on another market. Okay, they'll hedge themselves, and then they'll unleash those 1,000 contracts throughout the day. That's why you're seeing these big orders, these one lot orders. That ain't no stinking retail trader. That's institutions or either market makers. And that's one order. Now on the live pulse, I'm adding up all the volume within 100 milliseconds. Okay, and it's adding up the volume. That's where you saw that 217 big bubble. Well, 190 of it was one contract. So, yeah, I'd stay away from this area, to be quite honest. I wouldn't try to be going long or short, to be quite honest. I just really wouldn't. I mean, look at the 5 minute right here. If you look at the 5 minute, uh, yeah, you broke this area. You got that pretty good because you had some 60 contracts, 31 contracts. So you had two orders kick off for 60 and 31. You can use that 31 as support right there. So you can, on a 5 minute, you can just go short here, and then you had those 130s, 31, 158. So you come down here and you start peeling some off. Let's say you get in 10 micros, start peeling them off like 2, 4, 6. Just peel them off. And if we break this, then you can probably go back in another 2 micros and get your cost average uh, up in this area a little bit. And then you broke that, and then you peel a little bit more off. You peel 2 micros off, 4 micros off. You got to peel it off, people. I know everybody wants to pass evals and get funded in like 2 or 3 days. Okay, that's fine. But if you really want to learn how to trade and actually work the market, that's how you work it. You don't just go in all full port and crap. You really got to learn how to trade because what you want to do is you want to take that money you're making from these fake prop firms and start throwing it into a personal account and start building that personal account by getting the payouts from these fake prop firms. Get those payouts, build up your personal account, then start trading 1 or 2 micros on a personal account. And you've actually learned how to trade. You're not a prop farming degenerate. You've actually learned how to work the market. Okay. That's what I'm trying to teach. I'm not teaching prop farming. You're not seeing me getting in and out all the time. I'm just trying to work through and try to teach you guys and girls or whatever you want to be. I know nowadays people want to be uh, rainbow unicorns or whatever the heck they want to do. I don't know. I'm just an old fart from the Blue Ridge Mountains that learned how to trade. Um, you know, you got to be able to work the market. Um, I mean, you got 158 lot right here. You got 131, 158 lot. We just saw 190 lot kickoff. So maybe you want to get short right here at 537. Well, that's fine. If you're already short a couple micros, whoops, wrong way. Oh, wrong way there, dude. You're already short a couple micros. Maybe you took a little profits off here. Maybe you broke this area. You saw that 190. Maybe you get in 2 more micros. Maybe you're in 2 micros up here. Maybe you sell 1 micro and you saw that break, you add another micro, your cost average is right here and you're still in the money. You work the trade in and out. That's how these institutions play the market. They work it in and out. They don't go all full port. I wouldn't be taking a stinking long at all today. No, no, no. I wouldn't be taking no longs today, folks. probably early morning, you probably got yourself a nice little long, but hey, I wouldn't be trying it now. Here, let's go on up in here. What we got here? Doo-doo-doo-doo. What we got here? Boom. What was that? 10:58, 10:50. Yeah, the sellers are definitely in control today, folks. And I guarantee you, am I still recording this? Yeah. All right. I guarantee you, there are some people that have blown up a lot of accounts today because I guarantee you, we sold off. They tried to go long. We sold off. They tried to go long. We sold off. It can't go no farther. Well, yes, it can. And then, yeah, they blow accounts left and right. Do I blow accounts? Yeah. But I don't do it like that. Oh, wow. I need to switch that account. That one's up about halfway to passing. I need to switch accounts, folks. What account do I need to switch to? 21? Yeah, let's switch to 21. Okay. All right. I just had to switch accounts real quick. I traded two eval accounts. About 400 and some dollars today. I'd be up a lot more, but I'm trying to stream and talk people through this. So it's kind of hard for me to focus to walk and chew gum at the same time. Look at that spread on that thing, man. That yellow box right there is the spread. That's big. That spread is large and in charge right there. I'm looking at the order entry window right here. Yeah, 82, 84. I mean, that's a pretty big spread. Where's market gone crazy on us with that? What you market makers trying to do? You already making a killing. You're just trying to screw the retailer. You're already making a killing there, boy. You're already making a killing. Um, do, do, do. I think I got some good B-roll for some ads real quick. What kind of news we got? Trump speaks at 3 o'clock. Well, that ought to be interesting. At 11:30, I'm gonna have to take off. I'm gonna keep the stream running. I'm gonna have to take off, but I'll keep the stream running, and then I'll come back, have a little bit of lunch, and then I'll jump on probably till the close. Who knows? Ay, 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 ay. This thing's spinning. Is the stream still good? Says excellent. Okay. The stream settings should be ultra low latency. You're going to get about 3 5 second delay. Yeah, I know some of that B roll is going to show the bubbles in the header. I'll just go into DaVinci resolve, and they just kind of try to find ones that don't. I need to clamp that. I need to work on that this weekend. Clamp because look at it, it's kind of funky. The dom right here is halfway decent. That's still, I don't know. I need to clamp it. Just little stuff like this is going to be cleaned up. I need to really just get the big stuff working, and get it out there and see if people want to support the project. If they do, fantastic. If not, then I just keep doing what I'm doing. Um, well, look at that spread. That's a little crazy. I can deal with a 1 point spread, but nothing like that. Uh, yeah, I'm only looking for about just like maybe 10 seconds on this, and then I'll do something else for 10 seconds just to kind of show people. Because I've got a video that I've edited. It's called a bumper ad. It shows at the beginning or end of videos, and it's like 6 seconds. They're called bumper ads. They're very cheap, and and then what you do is you link that to another longer video explaining your product. And that explanation could be like 1 or 2 minutes, explaining your product a little bit more in detail. And the way I'm looking at this, I've been thinking back and forth at what I want to do, uh, because this is not going to be free forever. I mean, that's kind of ridiculous for me to spend all this time doing it and just give it free for the rest of my life. Um, I've just been thinking about what I want to do. In the very beginning, it's going to be extremely cheap. Uh, I've been thinking maybe a lifetime license and then also a yearly one, and only give a very tremendous deal for like the first 200 people. Maybe do like $95 for a whole year, and like the first 200 people get that. Uh, for some of these people do indicators and add-ons and stuff, and they do like $300 lifetime. I don't know if I want to do that. Might, I don't know. Let's recenter this. That's recentered. So you got the 5 minute, did not is not making a lower low, and we're actually grinding up, but it's very hard to take a long. When you see a 5 minute like this, it's very hard to go long when you see all of that selling right there. They just push the market down. Because if you try to get in on a break of this, yeah, you might get yourself a nice little runner up to here, up in this area. You might, but you got to think these shorts right here at 131, 158, 190, they're going to defend that area more than likely. They will defend that area, people. And that's going to be hard to break through all of that right there. They're going to defend that area. It happened last week. I had a sell off like that, and we just consolidated down, and they just defended the area. They just kept it down. And then towards the end of the day, we popped. Um, you really don't know what these institution and market makers are doing. You can only assume that they want to defend that area. Because let me ask you this, if you were them, would you throw in and try to defend that area and keep those longs down? Yeah. Yeah, you would. You gotta think, they want to defend this area, so if we move up here, uh, from, like, 521 up in this area to 541, that's 20 points, they're gonna possibly start defending that area. Now, more than likely, they took some profits down in here. So what do they wanna do? They already took some profits down in here, um, so we don't know. You just kinda assume. You have to kinda think about how they would play it. That's all you can do is think about how if you were them, what would you do? Now, right now, we got some pretty good volume kicking in right here. We got some buy volume right there. We got some buy volume. We got a break of that. We got some liquidity up in here around 550 area, right up in here, roughly. That liquidity could be them going to defend that area at 158, 190. It could be the market makers or institutions that want to defend that area. We don't know. We just kind of put the odds in our favor and kind of think of it that way. Just kind of think of putting the odds in your favor. And the one thing that you're not seeing, what's missing in this whole little grind up right here? What is missing in this whole little grind up? Well, large buyers. One contract, large buyers. That's what we're missing. Man, you might have had some on the live pulse within 100 milliseconds. You might have had like 50, 100. We don't know. So if it's an iceberg order doing that, grinding it up, or their order slicing that would show up here on the live pulse. But what's missing is just large, just like one contract, just large contracts like a 50 or 100. That's what's missing. All I'm seeing is red bubbles. I ain't seeing no green bubbles up here. And if you listened to me yesterday, you know I called myself the bubble trader. Um, that's what's missing right there. Now, could you try to catch yourself for short on the break of that? Yeah, where's your stop? Your stop's right up here. Okay, your stop's right up here. Maybe you can get yourself like 5, 10 points. Who knows? I wouldn't be trying to short it to be quite honest, but because we traveled quite far, I need to see some absorption maybe and a large seller step in, and you can use that as support to go short. If you want to try and keep going short, you can do that. Uh, Once we start breaking this area right here, once we start breaking this area right up in here, around the 670 area, right up in here, uh, yeah, see right here, around 600, you got some resting orders up there. You got some resting orders up there. You see that on the histogram? That's pretty large resting order. That's a pretty, yeah, that's 416 contracts. Whoops, whoops. Yeah, that's 416 resting orders up there. 416 right there. So, yeah. Okie dokie. So we got about 400 resting orders up there. Like I said, they want to defend that area. Where is that? That's right up here where that 31 is. Okay, so that's kind of way up there. But look what happened on this when we kind of ran up. This area up in here, we just kind of trickled right back down. And that's where those orders are right there. They're right there around 600 level. And we could tag it. We could tag it up there. They could go for it. We could possibly start getting some of these shorts uncomfortable. They've already taken some profits more than likely down here. I'm just assuming they've taken some profits down in here. That's what I'm assuming. Um, we got some low volume right there in that area. If we break this area right here, we can come right back down a little bit, about halfway. You got some big buy volume right there. We need to keep it moving. You got some buy volume right there. You need to keep that moving. Keep it moving. You got the 158, 190 that's taking a little bit of heat. Not much. Not much. They probably took some profits down in here. We don't know. They could have gotten completely out, and then they're the ones running it up. They shady little things, ain't they? Them institutions, market makers, they shady. They're like a politician. Shady and untrustworthy. Yeah, so we're just kind of breaking down a little bit. Not very much. Not very much. But right here on the yellow line where the current price is, you see this right here? You see this right here? Remember what I said earlier? They're going to defend this area. And that is what they're doing. They're really defending up here at 24,600 with them 400 resting orders up there. At least the spread came back a little bit. Well, it's still, yeah, maybe a point, maybe. Uh, so we have a run up. Are we getting a micro pullback and a break of this to run to the 600s? Could happen. In order to do that, I need to, well, if you break down here, that's not a micro pullback. Let's just keep going. Let's probably just keep selling. But you need to see some heavy, you need to see them green bars get long right here. They need to get long right there. It needs to break here. The green bars need to get long, like that green bar. It needs to get long. Okay. We're breaking down. That's not good. We might have a 3-bar micro pullback. We don't know. We're just, that's not a 3-bar micro pullback. That's not, that's not it. Okay. So the old playbook of mine, was okay, run up, little micro pullback. Okay, micro pullback, and then you get in on the break of that high. If you got in on the break on that high on 3-bar micro pullback, let's say you got in on the break of that, you might run. But if you break the 3rd bar, it's an invalid trade. Move along. That's that. That was one of my old playbooks that I used to do, and I still do it. Yeah, you got a lot of selling right here. Like I said, they're going to defend this area. They're going to defend this area right here because they want to keep the market down. They've already made their money. They more than likely took some profits down there at the low, and that's what's grinding it back up. They're just covering and grinding it back up. They're just covering, grinding it back up. Oh, no, that's not what I want to do. Let's come over here. No, that's not what I want to do either. Yeah, yeah, break of that ain't doing that. and you just saw that flash up there. But yep, see that flash? See them resting orders up there? Yeah, I ain't interested. Not interested. 405. Did I make 500? Yeah, 500. I could have made more if I'm not streaming, but it is what it is. I have no problems helping people out, try to get this stuff working, try to teach people. I have no problems doing that. Okay, what we got here? Uh, yeah, I have no problems teaching people, and I miss out on some trades because I can't chew gum and walk at the same time. Um, that's perfectly fine. Maybe what I'll start doing is I'll start trading. Maybe what I'll start doing is I'll stream like 2 or 3 days a week to teach people this stuff, and then the rest of the week I'll just like Mondays and Fridays are usually a bad day for me to trade. Statistically, is usually a bad day. Monday and Friday statistically is a bad day. Uh, I mean, today was halfway decent. I mean, I made 330 170. I made $505. Okay. $505 in two accounts. Okay, yeah, that's good. I mean, $500 a day. If you can average $500 a day, you got a six-figure income, folks. Uh, don't be listening to these gurus that are making $5,000, $10,000 a day. I mean, are some of them doing it? Yes. Most of them are fake and lying through their stinking teeth like a politician. Um, so we had 35 lot kickoff. Yep, see, right there, probably right. Right up there, 518. Yeah, 43 of it, contract came in within 100 milliseconds. We got 17 coming in. We got a little climbing. We got a little spike. Come on, you ain't going nowhere. But you got a little spike. You ain't going nowhere. What I'm going to do possibly this weekend, I want to put in. This is very big deal for me to trade. Is order flow bar moving average. Kinda like you see on order flow bars, that yellow one. I need to put that on the site so people can download it. Man, I got so much work to do. Um, yeah. So we're spiking up on some low volume. See that spike right there was on low volume. Here, let me clear this out. Uh, yeah. We got a little bit of volume that kicked in and starting to pick up in here. I just can't trade the break of that just because it pulled back a little too far for me. It pulled back a little too far. Like a 2-3 bar pullback is fine, but once it starts getting pulling back more than 2 or 3 bars, like 3 bars, I just don't not feeling it. Don't like it. And if it runs, that's fine. I don't care. I'll get another trade sooner or later. You're gonna miss out on trades. You can't be like, "Oh my word, I missed a 50-point run." Yeah, who cares? The market will give you another trade. Some people act like that's the only trade they could have taken in their whole life. It's like, okay, you missed out. Big deal. Move along. Control your emotions. Move along. Wait for the next setup. Yeah. 11:23. Not much is happening. I'm just sitting here trying to figure out why the 5-minute histogram is jacked up. So the histogram for this, for the bid and the ask on the histogram for this is working for the live pulse. It's working for the 1 minute for the tick merge of 4. That's all working. But as soon as I do 5 minutes with the tick merge, look, it gets jacked. And I've been sitting here trying to figure out what in the world could that be in the code? What in the world could that be? I might, if I can't figure it out, we just broke that area. We just had an inside bar on a 5 minute. You see that? See on a 5 minute we ran up. We had a little inside bar right there, and then we're breaking that, and then we broke that, and then we sold off. You can actually trade 5 minutes, folks. You can trade 5 minutes. You don't need to jump to a 1 minute and trade it and hyper scalp. You don't need to. You do not need to compete with these algorithms that own the market on lower time frames. The NQ is own. The NQ algorithms own that area. And that's who you're trying to trade with. You can jump to a 2 minute. I've got a video out there called the 2 minute sweet spot. You can jump to a 2 minute. That's why I added the 2 minute right here. I added a 2 minute right here because more than likely I'm going to be jumping to that. I'm going to be jumping back to that. You can trade a 2 minute. No need to be in the realm of these institutional algorithms that push it around too much. I mean, if you trade off of a 5 minute, you'll just have to trade micros, but that's not a problem. Yeah, 1:11:26. I'm gonna take it off here pretty shortly, probably in about 10, 15 minutes. I'm gonna keep the stream running. I'm gonna keep it up right here. I'll keep it up right here. And while I'm away, maybe I'll have some recording going. I don't know. I think I got enough B-roll that I could slice up a good area for a video. Uh, and of course, the 5 minute, when you're looking at this, you can actually even play the absorption on that as well. See how we sold off here in this area right here. You see how that area right here, we had those buyers down there. It was not too much, but you have these sellers right here. That's kind of hard to be playing along. I mean, it worked out for you, but it's really hard to be playing that long because they're gonna like me. I wouldn't do that just because you have all these sellers right here. To me, that's a red flag. Trying to go long. Yeah, you got a nice pop. You got a nice one. let's say you try to get in here, because you saw these resting orders and we didn't trade below. You got this candle that didn't trade below, and you try to get in on the break of that right there. Yeah, you got yourself a nice little run. But it's kind of hard because you got all these sellers. You don't know when they're going to slam it back down. So the odds were really not in your favor, even though it worked out. The odds are really not in your favor. Yeah, I kind of have to agree with you. The live pulse does look good, especially when the large orders come in and this and that. It looks good. Um, but for me, I can't trade off of it. I mean, I personally can't. I mean, there's some people that might trade book map and can come in here and be like, oh yeah, okay, this is great. I can use this on Ninja Trader and I don't have to pay $100 a month or so for book map. I can just use this. Okay, that's fine. If you know how to use it, that's great. That's why I created these bars right here, because I'm used to looking at a market like uh not like a footprint chart, but like this, okay, with the volume. Uh Now that's an idea. This is an idea. Instead of having the volume here with the shade and with the dark shade of the delta, we could just do uh the opposite. We could have a bar right here that shows the delta are the bars, and then the shaded areas are the volume. You can kind of flip it and give people the option to do that. That might be something interesting. I don't know. We'll see what happens. We got 37 lot that kicked off. That was right up in here probably at 39. Um, the live pulse travels too fast for me. If you got in on the break of that, if you got in on the break of that right there, because you saw this volume and you see this basing out, uh, if you get in on the break of that, your stop is going to have to possibly be even down here, because you got that large green right there. But again, you got to think about where you're at. You're up in this area. Okay, you're up in this area. Yeah, we kind of pulled down and ran back up, but uh, are the odds in your favor of getting a nice run? That's what you really need to ask yourself. Are the odds in my favor? And right now, I would say no, just because, well, you've got some large institutions and market makers that are slinging around some real big size for the selling. So in order to go long, you're for one, you're counter trend trading. And second of all, you don't have a whole lot of large participation of, so I mean, you got one green bubble. But most of this is just red bubbles. Red bubbles. You got the sellers that are in charge of this market. The sellers are in charge of this market, not the buyers. The sellers are. And if you're trying to go long, trying to get yourself 50, 100 point run to pass an eval, you might get it. You might blow up two or three and pass one. That's fine. Uh, but I'm just trying to understand where my odds are when I look at the market. I just want to know, where are my odds? Are the odds in my favor? You got an inside bar right there, but it's at a balanced market area, because the market likes to find value. It found value to the downside. Okay, it found value. Whoops, wrong way. It found value to the downside, and then it just bounces around. Now it's going to break either to the up or to the down. And it's going to find value either to the upside or to the downside. We don't know. And if you saw that 37 thinking you're breaking this to get a squeeze, I mean, there is no squeeze. I mean, no pun intended. I'm not trying to burst your bubble, but there's no squeeze. I mean, you think you're going to squeeze out the 60 to 35 to 190 to 158 to 130 that's been pushing this market down? There is no squeeze to be had. You have to move quite far for these shorts. If you look at it 1 minute, you have to move quite far for those big boys right there, those big institutions or those big market makers to get uncomfortable. Right now, they're pretty sitting pretty comfortable. If you were in the short up here at 561 with about I don't know, 2, 3, 4, about 500 contracts, and you're down here, you're you're comfortable. You're not uncomfortable. Actually, you probably took a little bit of profits right here, and then when it came up here, it probably added to it a little bit, and now you're sitting pretty comfortable. I, th- I mean, they might pop a little bit, be covering a little bit, take some more profits, but you got to think how they are thinking. And it's 11:35. We're going into lunchtime. They could rally or dump during lunch, and they do it. Not all the time, but they do it. Majority of the time, they just sit there and just let it grind around for lunch. And me personally, I just trade from 8:30 to 11:30, to be quite honest. I just trade from 8:30 to 11:30. I made a little bit of money, as you can see here in these 2 eval accounts. I made some money. I didn't the funded account, I didn't trade, the other one, yeah. Um, these 2 evaluation accounts, yeah, like $500. They're halfway to passing, so, I mean, it's good. Uh, it's kinda hard for me to, it's kinda hard for me to, trade, uh, and stream at the same time, because for me to be really focused and I usually just sit in my office, door closed, sit in my office, put my noise cancellation headphones on and listen to some music and trade and try to crank out 1,000. Um, but streaming is a little bit different for me. So I can walk you through it and try to teach you how to do this. I can walk you through it and teach you how to do this. Like right now, we're breaking the lows right there, and we got 100 lot. That's one order. That's one order of 100 contracts. Okay. Now, if you try to go short right here, you got all that support right here, all these sellers. Now, if you start trading above here, you need to think about canceling the short. Okay. And really, not right now, you need to think about canceling it because look at all that green volume that kicked in. We didn't even break the low. Look at all that green volume coming in with high delta, too. You got some high delta in there. Like I would have already cut it, would have already been break even for me. And look at that spike. I mean, that's just the way it is. You get in here, you're really looking for the break of this, but let's say you got in right here at 100 and you came back down, you saw all this green volume. You just need to get out. Okay, you just need to get out and move along. All right, I gotta get going. Uh, I'm gonna keep the stream running. I'll be back after lunch. I'll be back at it after lunch. You gotta look at the 5 minute too. The 5 minute look at this. You had a balance 5 minute right there. This right here, slightly balanced. This right here, most of the volume is right in this area. Okay. If we start filling out this area and we break down low, yeah, we could sell off even more. But if they start building out the volume up here on the 5 minute, they could break it, break this right here, and then run up to five and a half. That's what they could do. All right, I'm gonna put this on mute. Hopefully, I remember to unmute it when I get back. I'll be back in about 30 minutes. All right, I'm back. All right. Yeah, I'll go ahead and take that. Um, all right, I'm back. I'll give me a couple minutes. We got some sellers that kicked in. Like I said, this is a seller's market this morning. If you look at 5 minutes, you got all that. You got 100 lot right there. 97, 36.40. Yeah, it's a seller's market. They're going to defend this area. They're going to defend 460, 490. They're going to defend it. All these sellers right here, all these sellers right here, we have an inside bar on a 5 minute. If you can break through that resting orders right there, you might be able to get something, but you got to be careful because it's a seller's market. If you're trying to get in there and try to get a break of that, like 4.5 up here, or it's 4.5, you try to break that up here. Yeah, this is really difficult. If you can break through this resting area of 4.5, you might be able to get something. But if you do, if you get like 10, 15, 20 points, you gotta move to a break even because it can easily slam back down and these sellers will start taking control. And you can probably try to get yourself a breakout, but you just gotta be able to lock it into a break even pretty quickly. Uh, all right. I had to run and do something. I had to run and do something for my mom. I had to pick up something for her and then drop it off. Um, and they asked me to do stuff at lunchtime. They don't. My family and the rest of my family they don't bother with me in the mornings because I don't answer my phones. I don't do nothing. From 8:30 to 12 or 8:30 to 11:30. So we have some resting orders right here at 400 and then 4.5. We got some resting orders for the offers. We're breaking through that. We got a nice fill in that. You see that? We got a nice fill in that green right there. So if you get that pop right there, and when you get a pop and you're breaking the 4.5, when you get that pop, you got to be careful because the sellers could take control. So if you get a pop, I don't even know how much that was, like 451 to 461. That was about a 10-point pop. Me personally, what I do, if I got a pop like that, I'll just move to a break even and see if we can't get a runner. I mean, that's just me though. That's what I do because I said, if you try to get if you try to get in on a break of this right here, you had the one thing about the custom candles that I developed. This is volume, okay. Like right now, I can't even be in the trade because I just got back to the desk. Yeah, just take like 5, 10 points profit, come back down here. If you come back down here, maybe you got stopped out. If we volume picks up, you can always get back in. Commissions are cheap. You can always get back in. But then again, you got to look at the 5 minute. Look where you're at on the 5 minute. You got 100 lot. You got 48, 36. You got all those sellers right there. They're going to defend this area right here. So the odds are not in your favor to go long. The odds are not in your favor to go long. That's why you have to, if you try to play the pop, that's why you got this pop, very positive delta. You can also get in there, get yourself about 10 points, sell a little bit, move to a break even, and you would have gotten taken out on the break even. That's totally fine. I just got back. See, you got 34 lots that kicked in. I got 39 on the live pulse. So you really have to think about this. You have to think about where are you structurally in the market. And if you look at the 5 minutes structurally, we're just in this area where there's a crap ton of sellers and you're trying to play breakouts. That's hard to do, folks. That's really, really hard to do. that's it. Come on, y'all. All right, I'll be right back. All right, all right, all right. Okay. All right, I'm back. Yeah, see what I'm talking about? That's why you take them 10 points and you move on. See money, take money. See right here? We had that large delta kick in. We had that large delta, the big volume kind of shifted. We had a large delta kick in. So it was high positive delta. You get in on that break right there, but volume starts slowing down. You see the volume right there. If we start breaking down into this area, you got to get out for like two or 3 points. You just got to get out. There's absolutely no reason to be taking a full stop out when it's not needed. Just take 2 3 points, pay for some slippage. Your commissions, you were wrong on the trade. Just get out. Okay, you get 10 points, you move to a break even. Just get out. You were wrong because if you took a full stop out down in here, that's crazy. Why take a full stop out when it's not needed? I know some of these gurus out there will tell you, "Oh, well, I take a full stop out, but I get like a 2 to 1, 3 to 1." Well, that's fine. They probably make money that way. Who knows? They're liars, anyways, just like a bunch of politicians. Um, I'm just some old fart that's been trading NQ for 10 years. I see money, I take money. That's just the way it is. Do I get 3 point? Do I 3 point runner every now and then? Yeah. I mean, not 3 point. Do I get 2 to 1, 3 to 1 every now and then? Yeah, I get it. Do I get a 1 for 1? Yeah, most of the time, 1 for 1. Do I take break evens a lot? Yeah. Small losses? Yeah. Full stop outs? Sometimes. I might put on like 15, 20 trades, but all you need is a couple good winners. I mean, you would have had some good shorts today. This is the live pulse. Now, I added this in. This little yellow box right there, that's the spread right there. Taking the best bid and the best ask, that's the spread right there. I kind of would like to actually, I need to think about it this weekend. Um, I need to think about what I want to do this weekend. I really need to fix. Now, see, this is crazy because right here on the 5 minute is back to normal on this. This is weird. I don't know. I need to I need to really think about this. Last night and I just wrapped it up this morning. This dom right here and it's a little bit too wide. I probably need to make it a little bit skinnier. It's a little too wide. I need to probably make it a little bit skinnier. Um let's take this down here. Um we're trying to get breakouts here. What account should I be trading? 21. Make sure I'm on the right one. Yep. Okay. Um, health is healthy. Okay. Uh, okay. That's good. Yeah, it's 12:30. It's lunchtime. We had a little inside bar right there, but we broke down. So target will be down here at about 400. Get yourself a few points. Um, yeah. Let's see what we got here. subscribers. Yeah, we're picking up a little bit of people. We're picking up a little bit. Uh, oh, thank you. Come on, where is it at? Oh, I just might have to look at the history. Okay. Yep. Okay. That's good. Okay. Um, I'm gonna eat a sandwich real quick. I'm gonna eat a sloppy Joe sandwich real quick. All right, are we gonna try to break out again? Who knows? Oh, there's another thing that I updated. I'm on version 1.0.3. So if you're on a different version, well, if you're using Orderflow Pulse and you don't even see that version, you need to go to a site and download the update because I made an update and it has the histogram for the bid and the ask right here. But also the bubbles, I made them a little bit smaller. Uh, for the regular one, the live pulse, like right here, the live pulse, the bubbles are, it really didn't change. In the future, where I'm gonna actually where I'm gonna look at this weekend, I might be able to try and get this done this weekend. I gotta go to my sister's for dinner Saturday night, and it's always good to show your face at family events, I guess. Uh, so this weekend, I'm gonna try and get this looked into. We got the histogram here. This histogram, this is a work in progress. This is going to get this histogram right here is going to get a lot better. Okay, it's going to get a lot better. I mean, you can actually scroll and actually see the numbers. Actually, it looks a lot better on ES because the NQ is a thinly traded market. It looks a lot better on the NQ. Here, let me just close this down. If you trade order flow pulse, that's on the live pulse. I'll be honest with you. I've been trading NQ for 10 years. I don't know how in the heck people trade book map with the bubbles forming in real time and this and that. I don't know. Maybe it's kind of hard for me to do, but I kind of like it like this. That's why I developed that. But the live pulse is there. Let's take a look at the NQ, not the NQ. Let's take a look at ES. The ES, if you trade the ES, let's look at March contracts 26. Next week, we're going to be flipping over to the June contracts. Let's go for it. We don't need a tick merge. We'll go to 1 minute and we'll go to apply. You see how it looks really nice on the ES? Well, it looks really nice on the ES because the ES is a thickly traded market. See, the NQ is a thinly traded market. I might have to update this a little bit. The logic that I did in the code, I kind of took like I think I took the large volume. I can't remember. I think I took the large volume or the minimum volume, and then I did a square root to get the width of the histograms. So I might have to modify that logic where I'm doing the square root because the thinly traded market is going to have less bars and the ES is thickly traded, so it's going to look really good on ES. Maybe I need to get the square root of this and then times it by 2 for the NQ. Yeah, I don't know. I'll think about the logic. I need to get this looking a little bit better for the NQ. For the ES, as you can see, it looks halfway decent right here. Now the histogram, large volume, minimum volume, resting orders. Let's see, resting orders. Minimum volume is, it has to be a minimum volume for the heat map to show up, but or no, minimum volume for the bars to show up. Resting orders. Let's go to 75. You see how that changed? That changed for 75, but it didn't change right here. And that little box right there, that little yellow window, that's just the spread between the best bid, best ask. That's just the spread right there. And yeah, that's the ES. So it looks better on the ES. I got to modify the logic a little bit. For the NQ, get it looking better. Um, Iran gives approval to the Indian government for 2 liquefied petroleum tankers to sail through the Straits of Hormuz sources. Well, they don't own the Straits of Hormuz, to be quite honest. Okay, right up there at 24 is 600. You still got that 400 contract sitting there. They got like 400 contracts sitting there. That's about 100 points up. That's not very much. It says 12:45. Maybe at 1 o'clock the volume will start picking up. Maybe some action will happen. 12:43. Maybe you'll get some action picking up at 1 o'clock. Who knows? But this weekend, what I'm going to do is I'm going to look into, um, since I got the histogram for the bid and the ask looking uh, halfway decent, I need to work on it a little bit more. If you switch over to the ES looks really nice. Maybe I need to switch up the logic a little bit because the NQ's thinly traded. Like the square root logic that I have in there, it made it look a little bit better, but I still need to work on that. I mean, I pushed out the update like at I think it was 8:59. It was around 8:50. I pushed an update, so I had to get going on the stream at 9:15. What I'm going to be looking at is putting like a little cogwheel up here, up in the header, and start doing user settings. So you won't have to have the minimum volume, the large volume, the resting orders, the tick bins and stuff. All these four things right here will be into a settings window. When you just click on a little cogwheel, another window will pop up, and you'll be able to modify the settings and then apply them. Okay, so really the only thing that's going to show up is the ticker, the mode, whether you want 5 minute, 2 minute, minute, 30 second, or live pulse, and then the apply and clear. And of course, you're going to have the version up there, probably just slightly up there. I don't know if I'm going to take this because like minimum resting order says 10. So if you kind of like change it, it just updates it here and it says, okay, now it's 15. I don't know if people really need that, to be quite honest. So I could probably remove that and just show the version number right there. Uh, so that's resting orders 15 for the heat map. So the resting orders will show for the heat map. Now for the DOM right here, the bid and the ask for the resting orders, I think it has to have a minimum, like if you see a blank space, it has to be a minimum of a volume of 2 to even show up. So if you see nothing there, that just means it's less than 2 volume. That's all. Uh, Alrighty. So, Yeah, I had you scared, didn't I? No, no. Hey, I wasn't scared. You were. Yeah, you were. I'm just messing with my kid. I got the office door open. I might have to close it. I was messing with her. Uh, she likes to torment me, and I like to torment her. Uh, what are we doing? Well, we had a little 36 lot, 36 contracts kick off, but we really didn't sell off very much. We're not doing very much. Uh, you had you got this. So we tried to sell off a little bit, and we got this area absorbed a little bit. This one did not trade down below, so we had some pretty good volume up in here. And if you're trying to get a bounce on the absorption right here, and you get in right here, I mean, you might get in 21. Maybe if you get up to 31, you get about 10 points. You know what I really need to do? I need to put a price thing right here. Uh, like right now, you got 10 points, so you just lock it in. Okay. You just lock it in. You got some big selling up there. You need to lock it in, move to a break even down here, sell half, move to a break even. That's what I do, folks. And then guess what would happen? Come right back down and stop me out at my break even. But I took a little bit of profits up here. I'm at a break even. If it runs all the way up here to 4,9,500, who cares? I've already got my other half as a runner. So there we go. You got to pay yourself little by little and just grind those accounts up. Grind them up, people. Grind those accounts up. It's kind of hard for me to trade and stream at the same time. It's hard for me to walk and chew bubble gum. We got a little volume that kicked in, so we got the volume kicking in. So you can probably just hold tight. But hey, that's what I would have done. We start losing that area right there. I'm selling half and moving to a break even right here, because right here we have some buyers, and we had them sitting on the bid right here, sitting on the bid right there, sitting on the bid, sitting on the bid, sitting on the bid. And then they got absorbed. It has some nice big volume right there. It has some nice big volume shelves right there. We break the high, we get in. Okay, we get a pop right up here. We start coming back down below that high volume bar right there. And then we just go ahead and sell half and move to a break even. Maybe you got the break even. I can't remember where that traded, but hey, you're up. That's another way that you can trade and use the heat map, and also use these orders, because where where are we at right here on the large orders that traded throughout the day? You got 97 taking slightly heat. You got the 100 lot. You got to have 82 contracts right there. So they're not taking that much heat, but you got to think about where you're at. If you look at the 5 minute right there, you had some absorption right up in here with nice big green volume. You get in on the break of that, you scalp yourself some 10 points, sell half, move to a break even, and let the trade work. Maybe you got 4 or 6 micros left, and if it keeps popping, sell two. You know, move your stop up, work the trade, manage the trade, and work it. Um, You got to look at the 5 minute. You're right here. You got all these shorts right here at 36, 97, 40. They're taking a little bit of heat, but you got these shorts up here. You really got to break this area. I mean, look at this. You got 100 lot right there. So that's way up there. You got to really think about the history of it. Historically, where we at? You got all of these shorts right here. So the odds are really not in your favor to be popping like 100, 200 points. Could we? Yes. Are the odds are the odds there? No. Because you got a lot more sellers and buyers. And that leads me to another thing I possibly would like to do in a data window. I'm going to call it a data window, where you go to new and where you choose order flow pulses. Have a data window there, and have a data window of large volume, and print right there how much buying large volume. Maybe there was 1,000 contracts of buy orders, but the selling, maybe it's 3,000 of the large buying. Okay, and you add that up. Because I mean, all the volume for the buying and selling, yeah, that's good, but I kinda like to know what the large players are doing, what the institutions are doing, what the market makers are doing, because these market makers, the institutions, like, you take Citadel and BlackRock, and they'll be like, "Hey, we got 1,000, 2,000 contracts to sell," and you'll take and some market makers will be like, "Okay, I'll buy 1,000 contracts." You know, they'll buy 1,000 contracts, or let's say the institutions today. Let's say one of them said, "Hey, we need to sell 1,000 contracts," and you get a market maker in the morning before the market opens, be like, "Yo, I'll buy them 1,000 contracts." And then they buy the 1,000 contracts, and then they'll hedge against it. And then so they don't take too much heat, they'll hedge against it, and then they'll unload those 1,000 contracts throughout the day. You know, maybe that's what happened today. Maybe they bought like 2, 3,000 contracts or something from an institution, then they're just unloading them throughout the day. You know, maybe they took a little, maybe the market makers made some money. Maybe they didn't, but the hedge protected them, and that's what I'm trying to teach people how to play off of is the big participation in the market. I'm trying to teach people how to play the big participation in the market. I'm not trying to teach you how to play like Bollinger Bands or VWAP right now. I mean, the VWAP is good. I mean, if you really want to trade the VWAP, just throw it on your chart and do this. This one little thing will help you tremendously. If the VWAP is flatline and not moving very much, maybe within 10 points, don't trade. Don't go long or short. But let's say the price is above the VWAP and the VWAP, volume weighted average price for the New York session, is trending upwards. Don't take any shorts. Just take longs. Just take micro pullbacks and try to get yourself a trap seller. And then once you start trading above that, above the high on the break of the 1 minute, go long. Okay. Mike Bellaforte at SMB Capital. I think that's one of his recommendations for new traders is, hey, you don't take shorts when we're above the VWAP. Okay. You don't take longs when we're below the VWAP. Um, I mean, that right there will save you a lot. What I need to do is put together all my trading plans. I only got a few tricks up my sleeve. In the past 10 years, I've picked up a few tricks. Uh, for a while, I was just a one trick pony, which is fine. You make a lot of money being a one trick pony. I was just, I was just trading the VWAP when it was sloping upwards. When we had a run up and it had a micro pullback, and if it was like an inside bar, I'd get in and scalp me some off. One trick pony made pretty good money there. Uh, and then years ago, I got into trading order flow and footprint charts. Now I'm developing this because I've been a software engineer for over 15 years. I'm developing this, just trying to help people out with order flow a little bit more. And everybody likes these heat maps, which is pretty nice. Bookmap is a fantastic desktop application. I downloaded it, tried out the free version and stuff. I never really paid for it. I just never could really get into it, to be quite honest. And the live pulse I have up here, I really can't get into that. I mean, it's there for people that want to use it, but I'll be honest with you, it's hard for me to trade off of it. It's easy for me to look at like absorption areas and stuff, but I can look at it right here on the 1 minute. I can switch down to a 30-second chart and really scalp. Like 30-second chart and just scalp 5 points. I mean, 5 points on like two contracts. Yeah, that's like $200. Thank you. Uh, yeah, that's like $200. Just scalp a little bit. 30-second chart, scalp a little bit. Mm, this is not absorption. At least I don't call it absorption because I need resting orders down here. I need resting bids right here. Okay, I need resting bids. Like this one right here. That was resting bid. You wait for the close of it. You don't just go down here and see big buy volume and get in. I mean, you can if you want, but you gotta have a tight stop because you can get slaughtered. Um, what I wait for is a sell-off. You got this area right here that was lit up on the heat map. You wait for a close. Now, sometimes it will just shoot right up and you'll miss the trade. Okay, big deal. The market's open a lot. They'll give you plenty of trades. Okay, we have some resting bids right here. Well, they took it out. Okay, so that's invalid. That's invalid. We got some resting orders down here. Could we sell off down in this area? Yeah, sure. I mean, we're at pretty much, if you look at the 5 minute, you're definitely counter trend trading because we're going down. Okay, it's going down. We're definitely counter trend trading. Okay. I mean, we're definitely counter trend trading, people. Okay, we're definitely counter trend trading. So to try to play an absorption, you got to be quick and move to a break even. You got to be quick and move to a break even. Right here, let's take a look at this and see if this gets absorbed. Okay, but the thing you got to look about is look at that 5 minute right there. You're up against 49, 38, 40 contracts, and those are one orders that market makers or institutions kicked off. So we got absorbed right here. Good. We wait for a close. We wait for a close. What do we need to see? We need to see volume kicking in. If we come up here and we see large selling volume, that's an invalid trade. You don't do that. You need to come up here, and when you get the break of that, you really need to see big volume. You need to see more buying like it is here. You need to see more buying than selling. But the problem with this break, with this right here, this absorption and this break right here, is you're trading against this 30, 38 lot, 39, something like that, like 40 lot here, 40 lot there. You're trading against that. Okay, that's resistance right there. That's resistance. Okay, can we take them out? Sure. But if you pop up here and you're in like at 010, you pop up here to 020, you got 10 points. You need to think about paying yourself and moving to a break even. But this is really hard to play because you got this resistance up here. You got that 40 lot. You got that lot up there. I mean, you're trading right around this area right here. There were sellers. Seller right there. Look at that. 82 in the past. There were some sellers right there. It's not going back that far. But you're trading against that. And that's why this really wasn't ideal. It was just a way to kind of see how the absorption played out. But here's the thing. If you didn't have this 40 lot, you didn't have that 38 lot, and you didn't have a lot of selling, a seller's market right here, like this 36, this one up here. If you didn't have all this selling right here, selling right there, selling right there. If you didn't have all that selling, that would be really good play. We could possibly, because it was thin volume right here, we possibly, if we didn't have these orders right here and right here, we possibly could have moved up here to like 440 area up in here because that large volume right there, when you have thin volume here. Once you break past this area right here, once you break past this area right here with that 30 contracts right there, you got low volume. So you can probably travel pretty quickly because that's not an area of interest on the 1 minute. I hope this all makes sense. Or you might think I'm crazy. Who knows? Well, I am crazy, but this is what you got to think about. It really wasn't ideal. Like, if I would have taken this trade to try to get a pop up to here, 440, if I would have taken that trade right there, as soon as we break this area right here, I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I'm not going to take all this heat. If this candle right here, all of a sudden, Delta starts shifting and it starts getting large and in charge, and we start breaking that, I'll get back in. I'll take a small loss, and then I'll get right back in. Do it all the time. Would I do it now? No. It's kind of like invalid, to be quite honest. We're looking at a 5-minute chart right here, and we're building out a balanced distribution area on a 5-minute chart. You got some pretty good volume, buying volume right there. You got some pretty good buying volume right there. We're building out a pretty good distribution. It looks like it could be an inside bar here in about 2 minutes. These are the things you need to think about and look at when you're trading. Uh, I need to look at the I need to get the delta down in here because I like playing off a delta. Just sitting here having a little tea after lunch. Just sitting here having a little tea. Just looking at the market, see where it's going to break. I mean, the 5-minute, we still got that 5-minute. We still got this 5-minute right here with this distribution area forming. So once I get rid of these areas right here and I put in a cogwheel for the settings and get rid of these 4 areas, so that stuff will shift over to the header. And I need to clamp the main windows so it doesn't trade above the header. It, these are just small things I just need to wrap up. Right now I need to pick up the big stuff. Right here, we got a 5-minute with a pretty decent distribution area right up in here. This was a balanced 5 minutes. This is what the auction market theory. This is basically for 5 minutes. This was just like a balanced market. Okay, for a 5-minute. If we break the low right there, we could travel back down, but we got these bids right here resting right there. So we got those bids resting. But if we break the high right here, we really have to take out that looks like a 30 or 38 contracts and then take out that 40. If we break above this high right here and we can get above this area right here, get above this 40 contract right there, we can get above that area. We could probably travel up here to 4.5 up here. We can probably travel up in here. Okay, but we have to get through all this. But if you get in on the break of that, maybe you want to throw in like maybe you trade 1 micro. Well, you can come in here and throw in like 2 micros, and then okay, we're breaking this. You can throw in like maybe other 2 micros, get your cost average in between that. You see how you see how we're breaking that? So maybe you got in there like 2 micros. Well, if we slam back down, you just got stopped out on 2 micros. Okay, you got to put a little bit of risk on. Put a little bit of risk on. If you're good, you're gonna, and if it really slams up and you miss it and you miss your entry, well, at least you got two micros out there. Well, let's say we grind through this area right here. So we grind through this area right here, and we start trading up here. I really need a crosshair. I need to program a crosshair. We look at the 1 minute. We got really nice P shape 1 minute right there. That's bullish. We got a nice P shape, thin volume, big area of distribution right there in the 1 minute. That's if we break that area right here, more than likely we're going up to 445, 4.5. Guess what? We didn't break it. Okay, that's fine. I mean, you got all these sellers right here. You got this seller, 1 contract, 1 order right here, 1 order right there, 1 order, 1 order. You got 50, 40, 30, 36. And all those are 1 orders. That's probably an institution, market maker. You know, that ain't no retailer slinging around that kind of size on on the minis. And if it is, might as well be a big dog. um, yeah, so we couldn't break that area right there. So if you get stopped out down here, well, guess what? That was just 2 micros. Okay, if you start breaking this 40 area and you see the volume surging, and you see delta on that on this bars get dark green, that means high positive delta, and we're breaking this, and we're up in this area right here, and we're breaking that 40, then you can add another 2 micros, then you have 4 micros, then your cost average is down here. So let's just play this out. All right, so yeah, so you added, now you're in 4 micros. Okay, so your cost average is right here. Now the question you need to ask yourself: if I get back down to the area of my entry, do I take a break-even trade? Me? Yes. Why? Because we broke that 40, and once we trade back down through it, more than likely we're going to keep going back down. So yeah, I'll take a break-even trade. Well, let's say you're in at 417. Let's say you're in at 417. Right now, we traded up, I don't know, maybe you got 10 points right there. Maybe you're at 27. We need to be at 27. Boom, you got 27. Yeah, peel off a little bit. Sell a micro. Peel a little bit off. You got 3 micros left. Let's see, can we get up here to 450? Okay, you peeled some micros off. We're up here on thin volume. You peeled some micros off. If we're coming back down here, if we start losing, you need to get out. You need to get out. You need to get out. Just take your profits, get out. We lost the steam, folks. We lost the steam. But you paid yourself a little bit. That's how the game's played. Maybe you didn't get full out, because maybe your stop is down here at 417. Maybe you peeled some off right here. You had 4 contracts. You sell 1 micro. We lost it a little bit. You sell another micro. Now you got 2 micros at 417 down here. Okay, you're still in the green. That's how the game's played. You don't sit there and try to sling a mini for 50 points. I mean, can you pass evals and stuff like that? Absolutely. Do I do it? Yeah. Every now and then I'm a degenerate and trade like that and break my own rules. Um, but how did I trade before these fake prop firms come out? I traded just like I explained right here in this trade right here. I had to learn capital preservation extremely quickly because I was trading futures before micros even came out. And I had to sling around 1 mini because I was trading on like a $3,000 personal account because we didn't have the fake prop firms. We didn't have the fake prop firms. So I had to learn capital preservation real quick. See money, take money. I'm like, oh, okay, build up an account. Okay, built up $3,000 account up to 3,500. Awesome. Just keep slinging it. When micros came out, I'm like, man, that was a game changer for the futures market when micros came out. That was a game changer. You needed to be out, folks. You needed to be out. You were at 417, you got up to 427, you got yourself 10 points. You pay yourself a little bit, and then you move yourself to a break even. I don't care what these gurus tell you about taking full stop outs and getting a 3 to 5 to 1 trades. You trade how you want to trade. You trade how your emotions will not get compromised. That's how you need to trade. You need to tailor your trading plan to how your psychology works. And if you're slinging around a mini and we're down here and you're taking heat and you're uncomfortable and you're like, oh man, this sucks. You're in too much. You need to be going to micros and trading half. You need to be trading 5 micros. If you're in a trade and your emotions are jacked up and your adrenaline's jacked up, you're trading too much. You're trading too much size. You need to lower it down. Let's say you got out at 417, took a little half, and you got out. Who cares? Who cares? We ran back up. Who cares? Because the next trade, that when you don't do that, pay yourself half and then move to a break even, the moment it doesn't do that, you're down 100 points. Okay? You're just down 100 points. Did I know it would run up here? Up here to 4.5? No. To be quite honest, I thought it would do it right here. I thought it would do it right here on this candle. Okay? To be quite honest, I thought we were going to do it right here on this candle. But once you break and you get yourself some money, peel off a little bit and move to a break even. but I know how I am. And that's why, and some of you are gonna learn from me and actually outtrade me. And great, I hope you do. Some of you are gonna be like, "Yeah, I'll take a little bit of heat. Yeah, that's fine. I'll take a bigger stop than Chris. Yeah, okay, no problem." I hope you do. Hope you make money at it. Some of you probably got in this trade and be like, "Well, I got in." Some of you got in, took a little bit off probably, and then you came back to a break even. Now we're up to 4.5 and you're pissed off at me. You're like, "Oh man, I could have had more money." Yeah, oh well, that's trading. Shit happens. Like they told me in the Marine Corps, my gunny in the Marine Corps told me, "Don't sweat the small shit, and everything is the small shit." And once you apply that, you'll be you'll be okay. You'll be okay. So we had a run up. We got an inside bar on the 1 minute. If we come over here to the 5 minute, come over here to the 5 minute. I'll read your comment here pretty soon. If you come up here to the 5 minute, right here on this 5 minute candle right here, it looks like a P shape is forming. Okay, that is bullish. If we start breaking this high right here, that's really bullish. We can come up here and test the 475 area. Okay, but look at this thin volume right here. Okay, look at that. Let me zoom in here. Whoops, wrong way. Whoops, wrong. Come on now. If we break this area right here, okay, break this area right here, you got to think of all this thin volume right here. So when you break a thick volume area, okay, when you break that and you're in thinly traded volume area, more than likely it goes down pretty quickly. And then your support could be down in here because look at all that distribution of a 5 minute buy volume. So your support could probably be around 410. Okay. Hope that makes sense. Um, yeah, you're welcome. Marine Corps was fun. Not all of it was fun, but most of it. Uh, Very cool. I have not taken any trades down here all day because of all the divergence. Yeah, the sellers are definitely in control. The sellers are definitely in control. Yeah, we got some pretty large areas up in here. I need to really get a higher time frame. Maybe let me think about this. This might be an idea. What I'm trying to do with this order flow pulse, what I'm trying to do, you have the order flow bars that you can use uh on your regular charts, your regular Ninja Trader charts. You have order flow bars that you can throw on there, and that basically gives you the bubbles and everything, gives you stacked and balance. Now this right here, I need to add in the stacked and balance areas, and I might work on that a little bit this weekend. Um, and it'll show like a real lightly shaded area right here that goes all the way through. Maybe I'll go past 5 columns or something, and if it breaks through it, then it just takes it away for that where and you can see where it breaks. Uh, but what I'm trying to do long term with this is because this moves around pretty decent. I'm running a MacBook with parallels, and I'm running Windows with 10 gigs of RAM, so I'm choking the crap out of it, and this is able to work and run pretty good. What I'm looking to do is you got the live pulse, then you got 30-second, then a 1 minute, then you got a 2 minute. I like trading off a 2 minute. 2 minutes are good. 2 minutes, you get away from the little freaky algos. little freaky algorithms that the institutions and market makers like to play with. Because the 1 minute and below, the lower time frames, those algos own, that's their realm. They like to play in it and they own it. So when you get to a 2 minute, I found out that for me, a 2 minute is a pretty good sweet spot. I got a video out there for that. Uh, you kind of have to size down a little bit because your stops are a little bit bigger, but you get pretty decent moves and you're able to read it really decent. And then a 5 minute, yeah, of course, we're looking at a 5 minute. But what I would possibly will do this weekend is throw in a 30 minute so I can look at a whole time frame. So I can take a look at this and be able to see the whole market on a 30 minute. I might do that. I need to think about how I want to do that. I might just take a 30 minute and just create a volume profile chart because I have all the data to do it. It's just a matter of taking that data and writing the code for the presentation. Um, okay, this is a little bit easier to explain on a 5 minute. Now, this 5 minute, for some reason, on the DOM for the bid and ask, because I coded this in, because I had all the data. All the data was there. It was just showing the presentation of it. Um, this is a little jacked up a little bit because right there you got a bid up there in the asks. I mean, I don't know. It's not showing like that on the 1 minute or the live pulse. But for some reason, I got to look at it. There's something going on. Something up with my code. So right here, we came up here. Now, once we come back down here, that is support. And if we lose this ledge right here, if we lose that nice big green ledge, where's the next support? Well, more than likely, it's going to be down here because look at that distribution area of the 5 minute. That's pretty big. And you got a nice big buy volume. Look what we did. We sold down right to that area and we kind of stopped. Sometimes you do, sometimes you go straight on through. Who knows? You don't know. So don't be trading off of that. You really have to have confirmation before you start trading stuff like that. Like if this candle right here on the 5 minute, which we have about 4 minutes to go, we got quite a long time. If this candle right here does not trade below this little area right here of the nice green big volume, green buying volume, we could possibly travel back up a little bit higher. Those are just small little things you got to look at. And what could really help you trade in this 1 minute and the 5 minute is just, I need to put some videos out there, but you can, this weekend, when the market's closed, you can look at areas. Here, let's look and see if we're going to break that area. And we are breaking it. Okay, we're breaking that area and we're going to lose that area. And where could we go down? Go down easily to 437. Now, would I short that? No, because there's nothing there. There's no trigger here to short. We're in the distribution area of kind of like a balance because we really haven't. mm, See how we lost that area right there? We lost that buy support area. We traveled down in this area. Now, how I used to scalp off the DOM, I used to scalp on the Jigsaw trading platform. Here, let me bring up the DOM real quick. I used to scalp off the Jigsaw trading platform, and I would use a profile. Like right here, I would use a profile. And we had a big, or and mainly the Delta too, like the Delta. I can't scroll back up. I can't scroll back up. But we have the point of control right there. We have the delta right here, big delta. And when we would lose an edge like that, like if we lose 419 with this 105 plus delta, if we lose that, we could probably travel back down. I used to hyper scalp with Jigsaw trading, just looking at a volume profile and a delta profile, and then reading the book right there, the bids and the ask, and then look at the prints and see and see the speed of the tape, and then I would just scalp those areas. But I'm getting older, and it's a little bit hard for me to think that fast, to be quite honest. Maybe I've just gotten lazy. Um, but this is pretty easy right here to look at this ledge right here and be like, okay, if we lose this ledge, maybe we'll come down here and trade. And what you can do this weekend, you can go to YouTube and just type in volume profile, and maybe you'll get someone that really explains it good, or maybe you'll get somebody that can regurgitate pretty good of what they've already learned from somebody else. I don't know. Um, I mean, I learned volume profile and market structure and volume profile and time price opportunity TPO charts. I learned that from a gentleman that was a Chicago Board of Change floor trader. I learned it from him. Uh, and he explained it extremely well. Extremely well. Uh, but you see how we lost that area right there, and then we came here to this area, and this area right here. I thought for sure this is that was a thinly traded area. I thought for sure we'd come down to this area right here, up in here, like 400 area, but we didn't. We didn't do it. Okay, no big deal. But if you lose that area, let's say you enter a short right here, and you're hoping to get down here and then maybe past that, and you can add to the trade when we break that. Well, your stop could be up here, because if you get past this area right here, you're going to be testing this area. You see, we have this 33 contracts. That's one order of 33 contracts that came into the market. If we lose this area right here and travel back down, but you got to get through these buyers right here. And it really has to set up kind of really decently to be able to do this. What you're really looking for is like an inside bar like this one right here. It had a nice inside bar with big, nice distribution area, and was thickly traded, and we had more buyers than sellers, and you can just tell by the green and the red, and you get in on the break of that, and then you add to that. Actually, I did kind of walk people through that. Maybe take a little 10 points and move to a break even. But 10 points, a lot of people are thinking, I won 10 points on a mini, that's $200. Well, you do about 5 trades, and that's about $1,000, folks. Base hits. Take your base hits and move along. Take your base hits and move along. It's like playing baseball. You got to take your base hits. Take your base hits and get a player on base. Take another base hit. Get the player on base. Before you know it, you got your runner. You got your big heavy hitter. And then he'll swing it and hit a home run. And that's what you got to do with your runners. You take your base hits, you sell a little bit, and you move to a break even, and you try to get yourself a nice little runner. Sometimes you hit a home run, sometimes you don't. What you have to think about on this 5 minute, you see that selling right there? Those bars right there, wider than the buyers. You know, that 33 lot, not a large one, but for NQ, that's pretty decent. And we lost this area right here, so now we come down here and test this area. You see how this is filling out? Kind of like how it filled out right here? Well, yeah, but in between there, maybe you can lose this area and scalp yourself about 5-10 points in there. Maybe scalp yourself 5 points, move to a break even, see if you can get yourself a runner. That's how the game's played. That is how the game is played. Oh, and look what happens. We lose this area. We come down here to this area. You sell sell half of your micros, you move to a break even and you got stopped out on a break even. Who cares? Move along. As long as you're not emotionally compromised and take a very huge loss, you're gonna and your batting average is really decent. I mean, my batting average is between 60 to 75%. Okay. If you look at my stats, I don't take big losses because I know for a fact if I get emotionally compromised and I take a huge $1,000 loss, I know that's going that wow, that's really going to I have to make $1,000 back and then some. So don't even put yourself in that situation. But you gotta understand how your trading plan works and really uh how can I put this? How your personality is, you have to build a trading plan around your yourself. You have to understand your personality and your emotional ways of trading. Oh, time frame. If you look up here, this right here is a 1 minute time frame. If you look up here, this is a 1 minute, and this chart right here, if you look right here, it says 5 minute. This is a 5 minute chart. I'm on Ninja Trader, but these are my own custom built charts. What is the difference? What is the difference between the different ones you are showing, like this one on the left versus right? Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Let me explain this here. Let me. Mm, yeah. The first time seeing this, you're probably thinking, "What the heck is he doing?" Um. Okay. Let's go to this 1 minute candle. This one's better. Let me zoom in here. Okay. I don't know if you can see this. My little cursor. I need to code out a drawing tool. This is a Ninja Trader add-on. So these bars up here, you have a bin, and it's set to 4. That is basically called tick merging. So the NQ travels in quarter increments. You have quarter, half, three-quarter, whole. So it trades like 4 ticks, whole, quarter, three-quarter, half, three-quarters. That equals 4 ticks, which equals 1 point. So a tick merge, I'm taking 4 ticks, the data for those 4 ticks, and I'm merging that data together. Now, you can set this to 2 or you can set it to 1. I really haven't set it to 0. I don't even know what that does. That might be a bug in the code. I need to clamp that. But it's set to 4, okay? So each bar right here is 4 ticks of data. Now, the bars, if they're red, that means selling volume. If it's green, buying volume. Now, the longer they grow out to this column, because the column starts here and ends here, the longer the bar, the more volume. Now, what I've done, which most trading platforms that I don't think do this, and I know Bookmap doesn't do this for their volume. At least that's what AI told me when I came up with the idea. This is well, Bookmap don't even have that. So AI lies like a politician. You can't really trust them. But if you look at the opacity for this green bar right here, is kind of light. That means low positive delta. Now, this green bar right here is dark green. That means high positive delta. Okay. So let me try to find a bar right here. Like right here in the top area right here, the volume was real thick up in this area, and then it kind of dried up, and then the opacity for those bars kind of went away. Uh, like right here, we had some selling volume right here, and then we had low volume. Okay, low volume. Now we're coming down here to the heat map to the resting orders area. Uh, yeah, I really need to put together a video explaining all of this. Um, I really need to put together a video explaining all of this instead of trying to explain it on live. Uh, Here, let's take a look at this 5 minute. Okay, so the 5 minute right here, the green, pretty good area for green. So the buyers were in control. You see how that shifted to red? That means the sellers were in control right there of that bar when it shifted to red. Okay, you see how the bars are growing? You can look at it really good on the 1 minute. They grow pretty good. See, these bars start growing. You see how they're growing? The green bars are growing. We kind of drift down, we drift back up. Now, the bubbles right here, that just means a large order came in. That's just one large order. Yeah. So these are orders that are coming in to buy orders. Like that bar shifted from green to red right here. That means the sellers are in control right there. Now I've tick merged the 5 minute time frame. I've tick merged it to 4. And the reason I tick merge it is because the NQ is a thinly traded market, and it travels very aggressively. See right here, it was large volume. In this 1 minute candle, there was more buy-in volume, and then this bar right here, this 1 minute, a 1 point bar right there was dark green. That means it had high positive delta. And right now we're trading pretty thinly volume, but the bars will grow out as the volume comes in, and green for positive, red for negative volume. And of course, the heat map here is just resting orders. Like when you go to the ES, let's bring up the ES on the pulse. If you go to the ES, let's say you go to ES and go to March 26, minimum volume's fine. Large volume, I usually set that to 50 or 75. Resting orders, I usually set it to 50. And we're gonna tick bend this to 1. We're just gonna leave it at 1 because the ES is a thickly traded market. We just click apply. So, and then we has to calculate how many. It just calculated 972,000 ticks, and it kind of gave us a history. So not over close to a million volume traded, and just has to calculate that. Okay. So this right here was buy volume light. So now the volume is really growing for the ES. It's really growing. That's positive. So if you're long, that's what you want to see. If you're in a trade and you're going long and all of a sudden you see a big bar, like all of a sudden red, and it's really dark, that means there's a high selling volume that came in and the delta surged to negative, and that is a sign for you to be like, I need to take profits, or I need to get out. Take profits, move to a break even. This is a thickly traded market. The ES is a thickly traded market. As you can see right here, you know, you've got resting orders right here, like 100 resting orders right here. You don't have that kind of stuff in the NQ because the NQ is thinly traded. And if you're a new trader, to be quite honest, if you're a new trader, and people would disagree with me on this, and that's perfectly fine. If you are a new trader and you're trying to learn how to trade, stay away from the NQ. Go trade the ES. Go trade the micro ES, slower paced, learn your tactics, learn the platform, learn how the market's working. Go trade the ES micros, even on an eval. Don't be trading the NQ. If you're first starting to trade, learn. You got to learn. The NQ back in the day, floor traders used to call it the widow maker. And that's because, well, the widow maker just means, hey, you got a wife that was married and then the husband died and then she's a widow. It was called the widow maker. And there was a reason why it's called the widow maker, because it travels like a squirrel hyped up on Red Bull sometimes. And I've been caught up in this. I've been caught up this on funded accounts. I've been caught up on it, and I blew a funded account doing it. You know, I get caught on the wrong side, and then I'm like, oh man, I should have stopped out. I didn't. And then I get caught up, and then I'm down 1,000, then more, and I was like, oh screw it, it's blown. You know, I mean, it happens. And the NQ will slaughter you like a pig if you're not careful. Now, the ES is thickly traded. It's not going to trade all whacked out like NQ does sometimes. The ES is slowly moves up. Now each tick is $12.50 for the ES. So you got to jump down to micros, trade the ES if you're new with one micro, learn it. And then when you get comfortable and you can be break even or profitable with the ES, then you can start dipping your toes into the NQ. So many new traders come into the NQ and then they get blown out. And then they're like, oh, this trading stuff's not for me. Well, in my opinion, the NQ is extremely hard to trade, and it's really only should be traded by experienced traders, in my honest opinion. I mean, I don't think you're going to go to a real prop firm. I'm not talking about the fake prop firms. I'm talking about a real prop firm like S&B Capital that trades futures. If you go there, they ain't going to throw you into the NQ. They're going to throw you into a thickly traded slow market. They're not going to throw you into crude oil and get slaughtered, or the NQ and get slaughtered. I mean, it's really going to teach you. Go trade, I mean, if you're blowing evals and if you're blowing them left and right, for one, you might be slinging around minis and you're into. Okay, here's the thing, and this is what pisses me off with these fake prop firms. They say $50,000 account. Oh, we'll give you a $50,000 account. No, it's not a $50,000 account because your drawdown is $2,500 and then you're done. Game over. Really, you're trading a $2,500 account and you're slinging around a mini and you blow it. These fake prop firms are designed for you to fail. So in order for you to try to beat those odds, you have to go down to micros. That's all there is to it. Do I trade micros? Absolutely. Traded them this week. Absolutely. When ATR got all whacked out up to like above 30 points, I jumped down to 5 micros. I'm not crazy. I'm going to blow an account within 30 seconds. But go trade the ES. It's a thickly traded market. Learn the tactics. It trades in $12.5 increments. So each tick is $12.50. But if you jump down to the micro, then it's just a tenth of that. Okay. And you'll be able to learn a lot quicker. Now, this channel is not going to be, this channel is not designed to be like, oh, let's load up 10 evals and pass 3 of them or blow 7 of them and would be a bunch of prop farming degenerates. No, I don't trade like that. I've been trading for 10 years on the futures, and capital preservation, you have to stay in the battle. You really do. You have to protect your capital so you can live the trade for tomorrow. And that's why I tell so many people, when you look at a 5-minute chart, like right here, you look at a 5-minute chart, okay, we kind of been chopping around. It's a big candle, but let's look at the current one. We kind of ran up. We had a little pullback. We had 57 contracts kick off. We had an area right here. So if we lose this area right here, you know, and you start traveling down, you got 164 contracts. That's one order of 164 contracts. They're underwater, just like that 57. So they're probably be like, oh, screw this, we're out. If it travels back down here, we'll get back in. Or maybe it's these shorts that are covering that are taking profits because it's like 145. We have no idea. But if you're in here and you come down here and you get yourself 20 to 30 points, pay yourself a little bit and move to a break even. Maybe you're slinging 2 micros. Get yourself about 20 points. Pay yourself $40 and move to a break even. Okay. Yeah, the 420 area is pretty big. You got these sellers right here. You got these sellers up here. You got that 97 contract seller. Yeah, that's a big level. You got this area right here, 82 sellers. Yeah, it's a big level. It's kind of hard for me to really tell because I need to go out to a larger time frame, like a 30-minute, which I don't have up. But what I would like to do is actually take this and maybe build out a volume profile for a 30-minute, because I don't want to pay $60 a month, or some of these platforms they give you the order flow for NinjaTrader for free. But yeah, that's a big area. And also another thing, if you're a new trader, let's take a look at a chart. Let's just bring up a chart real quick. If you're, let's go to NQ row here. We'll just go to this right here. So this right here is a 1 minute. Let's switch this over. Um, oh, let's switch this over to a daily. Let's go to daily to a 1 minute and just click apply. Yeah, that's all I do is scalp. Sometimes you get a runner and you get like 50 or 100 points. Look at the daily on this. For weeks, we've been up, down, up, down, up, down. For weeks, we've been in an area. Right now, yesterday, sell day. That's when I made that 100 points right there. I made some nice money right there. Today, we ran up. Okay, maybe that's bullish. If you're looking at the daily and we're down here, and you're below the New York session volume weighted average price, the VWAP, I wouldn't be looking for long. I wouldn't be looking for longs. I'd be looking for shorts. If you're a new trader, be looking for shorts. If you're trying to counter trend trade, that's extremely difficult to do, and you really have to know what you're doing. Sometimes you get lucky and you get a winner. 30 minutes. Let's switch over to the 30-minute chart real quick here. Let's look at throughout the morning. Okay. I mean, at the morning, ran up, came up. I mean, right now, this is what the market does. Okay. This is what the market does. It likes to search for value. Okay. So we traded to the upside and then we kind of consolidated around. The value on a 30-minute chart, we are down. The value is searched for value and it found it to the downside. And right now, we're in a consolidation area. Also, this is called a balanced market because we're just chopping around. It's a balanced market. The market will search for value to the upside or to the downside, and then it goes into a balanced market. Sometimes it don't do that. Sometimes it'll come straight down and then V-shape and go straight back up. No, that's just the way it is. But this is called a balanced market. And we're pretty close to the lows. So if you're trying to go long here, well, that's a little hard to do because you're counter trend trading. Let me finish this. Yeah, the put walls. You really here. Let's look and see if we get absorbed in this area. We have some resting orders right here on the book. Let's see. We got the volume coming in. If we close right here, because we're at the lows. Okay, we're at the lows. So if we close this candle, which we've got 2 minutes to go, if you want to, you can probably try to get in a little bit early and maybe you got an absorption area right here. And you can probably try and scalp yourself. And once you get about 10 points, you want to move to a break even and see if you can get a runner. Yes. These blue lines, this blue right here is the heat map, okay? And when it's shaded like this, the opacity is shaded like that, that means large volume up in there. As you can see, well, that just got yanked. That's like somebody just yanking an order. What I really like to see on when it comes trades down here into the heat map area, this here, and we have some large resting orders. These are large resting orders, as you can see over here on the histogram. These are large resting orders. It keeps going in and out. So it could be someone in there spoofing. Who knows? But right now we had the buyers that were in control in this 1 minute. We got the buyers in control in this minute. So are they going to get absorbed and run back up? Well, we have no idea. I really don't like taking a trade like this. What I really like to see is I really like to see maybe a trapped seller. Maybe we have 50 or 100 contracts kick off right here and we can't trade below. And then this can't, right now it's invalid. And we trade this candle right here and we do not go below and we start breaking. Yes, I will jump in because I'm thinking that's going to be a trapped seller right there. And they just got absorbed and we're going to be breaking out because I'm thinking, okay, if they got a 100 contract order, that's an institutional market maker, they're going to cover. That's just my way of thinking. I mean, right now we just broke through and we broke through. You see how dark red that is? That's 1 point because I've tick merged it to 4. That's 1 point of high delta. Now, in the future, I'm going to have the delta down here below like I have in the other chart. It's going to be down here like it normally would in the regular order flow platform. Yeah, this thing has so much there's so much more work I want to do with this, but right now I'm just getting this working this. And the thing about Ninja Trader add-ons, they don't give you nothing, man. They don't give you nothing. You got to build everything out yourself. I'm right clicking right now. I'm not getting the menu. If you want something, you got to build it yourself. I tried to the indicator that I wrote, order flow bars moving average, I tried to look into just getting that into Ninja Trader on this add-on. No, I got to build it out myself. I got to build out everything. So, like, let's go to here. That was the 5 minute. We got some nice orders up in here, but you know they couldn't break through that area right there. Let's go down here. Okay. Now on the ES, it's a thickly traded market, and you'll see this more often than none. Whoops. See that right there is 103. Well, it just went away. Okay, but there was 103 resting orders right there. Okay, and it just kind of went away. What I really want to do is kind of like on the if I bring up the DOM, let's see. This is the DOM that it's a prototype. It slows down my system. That's why I don't have it up there that much because there's some work that needs to be done to it. The DOM, there will be here. Let me tick merge this to 4 because NQ kind of trades a little squirrely. Like I have the heat map here on the DOM as well for the bids and the ask, and then the orders right here. Those are the orders that are coming in, and then after about 30 seconds or a minute, I think you'll see the opacity kind of fade away, and then they eventually drop off. You'll see like a dot right here, bubble minimum. Let's switch because this is the NQ. These are the large orders right here on the DOM. So you can look at it and be like, oh, there was a 49 and a 39. Those were large orders in that area for the past. You'll see like a dot. You'll see a small dot. Oh, yeah, right there. That dot right there. There's 34 contracts. So it's above 30. There's a little tiny blue dot. That just gives you a visual clue to be like, oh, there's a large resting order because the bubble volume is set to 30. And I have the bubble volume set to 30, so I just show it like, okay, if it's 30 more contracts, I just show a little dot to let you know, hey, it's above 30. I'm gonna have something like that over here on this DOM, over here on the bid and ask. I just threw this together last night and I kind of finished it up early this morning for people to download. But this bid and ask, that DOM right there, what I'm going to do is have a visual clue that you can add in here. Let's say you only want to look at orders that are like 50 or the NQ, if there's 50 or more resting orders. Okay. I don't have the privilege like the other big dogs have. I don't have the privilege to know, okay, who is putting in like one order of like 50 or 100 with the trade IDs and everything. I'm not privileged to that information. We retail traders are just little small fish in the sea. So we're not privileged to the whales of the information they have because they play off each other. They got that information. When Citadel throws in a big order, Goldman and BlackRock and all the other big dogs, they know what's going on. I mean, heck, they, the, and the market makers, they provide liquidity. Okay. And the institutions provide liquidity. They know what each other is doing. We don't have that information. The only thing I can do is just code in and be like, oh, there's a bubble right there with 50 buy contracts of one order because I'm reading the orders as it comes in because it's a regulated market. They gotta do it. It's regulated. I don't care if it's an institutional market maker that throws it in. When it gets executed, it's there. And you might look at the level 2 and be like, well, there wasn't like this one, 164 contracts. Well, at level 2, at that one area right there, there wasn't 164 uh, contracts sitting on level 2 on the books. Well, no, but the book, which you have to understand about level 2 and dom trading in level 2, the the book that you're seeing is only a snapshot of the market for like milliseconds. Okay, so and these institutional market makers, they ain't got to show their stuff. They don't have to. These iceberg orders, they ain't got to show. We retail traders have to get programs that are built to kind of try to give us a level playing field, to be quite honest. But right here for the bids and ask, I want to have some kind of visual clue to let you know where you can put into a user setting that I'm eventually going to get set up. Like right here, large resting order. We don't know how much, but there's going to be like a pill bubble icon or something that'll tell you, oh, there's 100. So it lets you know, hey, there's 100 resting orders down there. I have no idea. We're going to test 400. Where is 400? 400. I mean, 400 is right here. We have not a whole lot stopping us. If you look on the 1 minute, I mean, a 400 level, you got a lot more selling in the current 1 minute candle than anything. So we're really not going to be testing it. We really need to get above the three. This right here, we need to get above this low volume 1 point area, this low volume, you need to get above that before you even think about testing 24 or 400. Right now, this is telling me that the sellers are in control. The previous 1 minute candle, the sellers are in control. Could the buyers step in and run at 400? Yeah. But I like to play off of trapped buyers and sellers. And then if I have a large buyer, like all of a sudden, if a large buyer stepped in and there was like one order of like 100 contracts, okay, when we start trading above it, yeah, that gives me support. Okay, because you can play off the back of the big player. That's what I look for. Anything like this right here, not in my trading plans, not in my strategy, not in my trading plan to see if we're going to test 400. You got and you got the sellers right there are trading up in here in thin volume. You got to break this area right here. I mean, this area right here is definitely in a downward market. Like I was saying earlier, if we look at the 5 minute right here, and 400 levels up here, we have to trade up above all this area right here. We have to keep trading up above that sellers right there. We need to get above those sellers. That was low delta. We need to start trading above there and start holding the 380 area where these buyers were. We need to start holding that area. I mean, right now we're not holding that area. We're not even above up here to 380. We need to be above here and start building out this area, and then maybe we can run to 400. And of course, it's like 2 o'clock, so I don't trade in the late afternoons. I try not to. And if I made money, let's say I made $1,000 for the day, if I do trade in the late afternoons, I'll just jump down to micro so I don't give too much money back to the market if I'm wrong. So many new traders will be like, "Oh, I'm up 1,000. I want to be up more," and then they're down 500. And they're like, "Oh, I need to make my $1,000 back," and then they're down to break even. "Oh, I need to make something for the day," and then they're negative. Yeah, well, you gotta know when to quit. To be quite honest. I mean, I had a red day this week. So what? Who cares? It was a small red day. No big deal to me. I could care less. So we're trading. This is a 5 minute. So this is a 5 minute right here, and this is a 1 minute. Okay, so we're trading above that area right there. We didn't make a lower low. We did not make a lower low on the 5 minute. Okay. We don't have a lot of resting orders up in here because on the 5 minute, I put my resting orders to 20. Okay. If I set it to like 5, that's what it's going to look like. Well, that's just kind of a bunch of noise to me. Set it to 10, that's what it looks like. That's why on a 5 minute, I kind of set it higher because I want to kind of look at the higher time frame. I want to look at the higher um, amount of resting orders. Now, on the 1 minute, I usually jump it down to resting orders like 10, 15. Okay. So right here, we traded this area right here. Okay. We got some support right here. I kind of wish I had a drawing tool. I have a support area right here. As long as we keep above this area right here, we're looking good. Okay. We're looking good. If we start building this out, and we don't need to be building this area out with more selling than buying, to be quite honest. We need to build this area out. We need to start taking out those sellers right there, start building this out into green. That was green. Okay. That got a little greener. We need to start building this out. You have all this area for support right here. Basically, I'm taking what I've learned on a 30-minute time frame um, that John taught me with market profile, time price opportunity charts and stuff. And I'm just applying it to like a 5 minute and a 1 minute and just scalp it. I just scalp for like 10, 15, 20 points. Every now and then I'll get like a 50, 100 point runner, and that's fine. I love it. I love it when that happens. I mean, earlier this week that happened. I had a nice 100 point short. Got lucky on that, to be quite honest. I got lucky on that. Because I had 2 contracts in on the mini, and I got down, and then I took a little bit of profits and moved to a break even, and that break even, it just collapsed, and then I just followed it right down. So what you want to do is also look at the speed. We started trading down in here, and look at the speed that we shot up into this area. That's telling you that the buyers are really defending this whole area right here, and they're not giving up. They're not giving up. Okay, so now we're trading above this area. We're trading above this area. There's light volume right up in here. The way the NQ trades, we could shoot up to 400 pretty quickly. Because this area right here, right up in this area, you had more buyers and sellers up in this area. Thinly traded here, and we need to really start seeing the volume kick in. I wish I had a delta in here so I could read the delta like I do on my other chart. Um, because what I would be looking at is the delta. Is the delta climbing? Are we getting the delta surge? Is the delta moving from positive 25 to like positive 75, and you got a delta surge? That's telling you that there's a lot of buying pressure, and you have to read the delta for that. I mean, we really need to come up in this area. Well, that was real thinly traded. So now we got a nice huge delta right there, right here. We got a nice huge green bar, green bar. We got big, nice positive delta, and that's what you want to see, a surge up to there to the 400. And you got that nice green volume. Since this is thinly traded right here, if the buyers really step in and it's thinly traded, we could run up to 4.25. There's not a whole lot of resting offers up there. But if we start losing this area right here, the 375, then that's not good. Okay, we had a 48 lot just kick off. So we got definitely got buyers that want to step in. It's kind of hard for me to trade this area right here because of all the consolidation. And you got to think in the past, like right around 12:30, 1 o'clock, you had all those sellers up in here. You see all those sellers? You had all those sellers up in there. It took a little bit of heat, but then you're right up in that area with all those sellers. You kind of have to look at that in the past and be like, okay, are they still in? Are they going to defend that area? Well, we could sit here and grind for a few minutes before the buyers decide to really take them out. We had one order of 48 contracts that got kicked off. Now we got a 50 lot that kicked off. So it looks like we might be traveling back down. And let's take a look at this. You see right here, this area right here with all that buy-in, that could be support. This right here could be support. So right here from roughly 373 up to 380 could be support. Okay. We're making higher lows too on a 5 minute. Higher highs, higher lows. But is it a sell off? A sell off, and then just a bounce, and then we dump? Yeah, we don't know. Yeah. So we lost this area right here on the 5 minute. That's not good, especially with these roughly 100 contracts, 98 contracts right here taking heat. Because you don't know if that was, you don't know if that was the shorts earlier that covered. We have no idea. Maybe, maybe not. I have no idea. All I know is that there was 100 buy orders. In order to cover on the shorts, you got to buy it back. So that's you got to cover it and get those buys in there. But you look right here for support in this area right up in here, 373, 380. Right now we're down in here at 380. What I need to do is code in. I need to code in like a little box right here that shows like an arrow or something pointing to that yellow line. And it kind of shows like where we're currently at, like quarter increment price level. But with NinjaTrader add-ons, you got to code every single thing in yourself. Plus, they don't give you anything. They don't give you anything. It would be so fantastic if, with this add-on, if I could just plop in the chart trader, so I wouldn't have to code it everything myself. It'd be really nice if they could just get their engineers to just be able to have a module and just drop that in. I guess not. Well, if you're listening there, NinjaTrader, you could always hire me and I'll do it for you. You can always hire me, NinjaTrader, and I'll do it for you. See how we traveled down when we travel back up? Okay. This is not an interest for me. For one thing, it's 2 o'clock. We got those sellers right there, probably covering. We're back at 9:15. What account is that? 21. What's this one? 21. I haven't traded that one yet. Maybe I can. Where's that account at? Oh, it's up there. So maybe I don't want to do that. So I grinded up account 21 on an eval up to 51,150, 51,150. I got two other evals that are halfway there. I've got a handful of funded accounts. So what I'm going to do is jump down to micros towards the end of the day and see if I can't get something. But it's 2 o'clock. Kind of hard to really. It's kind of hard to really be doing something, to be quite honest. So you really need to see a lot of buy-in coming in here. You need to see the buy-in. You need to see the support come in. You need to start traveling up here to 4.25 area, right up in here, and start testing this area right here. That's what it needs to start doing. So we're building out the volume there, and we build out if we break this area right here, that will be nice if we can break that area. That would be nice. But we have no idea what's going to happen. We got some buyers that about 100 contracts right there. You got the sellers that are in control right now. On this 1 minute, the sellers are definitely in control. The sellers are definitely in control, to be quite honest, on that 1 minute. And you need to look at the speed of the tape. How fast do we travel back up? And you're looking at the 5 minute and you got this distribution volume area right there. How fast are we traveling back up? We got nothing on the books right here. Nothing on the books. We need to see some large participation like this to be able to push this thing up. You really need to see some large participation. These 100 contracts, if they're going to defend that area, they need to start stepping in pretty quickly. They need to start stepping in. Step in, boom, step in. I mean, we're at a pretty big level area, to be quite honest. We're at a pretty big level. Because you got to look at the past, how it kind of, look at this. This is what we're dealing with. So you got the sellers, and you can take them sellers out right there. You got the buyers that took back control on this bar right here. You need the buyers to really step in. I wish I had my delta. I wish I really had my delta. Maybe I can code that in this weekend. I really need it. I miss it. I usually look at the other chart, but I don't have it up, to be quite honest. We're taking way too long. We're taking way too long. On the 5 minute, if you look over there on the 5 minute, we're just building out the volume on the 5 minute. We're building out the volume on the 5 minute. Taking way too long. It's a big area we got to get through. It's like 2:15, late afternoon, folks. It's late afternoon. So in that 5 minute candle, if you lose this area right up in here, that's not going to be too good. On a 5 minute candle, that's not going to be too good. Alrighty. See, the thing about the NQ, this thing could just smoke these shorts right up there. They could just smoke them right up there. We got a little bit of delta kicking in right here. Alrighty, I'm going to be selling some right there. That's why I wasn't talking very much. That's why I was complaining about the seller. So I was in this, took a little bit of heat. We got that pop. I already done sold a couple contracts. I already sold a little bit. If we lose that area right there. So I was going to say, this is a nice P shape for a 1 minute. P shape, that's a nice P shape. That's kind of bullish. But if we break this area right here and I see that big volume, yeah, I'm getting out the rest of my stuff on that pop. I just sold a little bit and just moved to a break even. Where's my executions? It's around 394, and then 394. I sold some in the four. Wait a minute, in the 400 areas. So, where was my entry? Buy. Huh? I can't understand this thing. It was around this area. So I had a 1 minute inside bar, and I was looking at this area right here. Okay, we have a nice big green distribution area. We didn't come back down. Scaled in a little bit. Scaled in a little bit more. We got a pop. I was going to sell some. I didn't. came back down here to I took a little bit of heat, and then once we got that pop, I just kinda sold it up into this area, and then once we lost this, I just dumped the rest. It wasn't very much. I didn't make very much on this. I was in, like, half my size. Oh, the vice president is speaking, the London low is also at the get $100. Yeah. Yeah, that's good you got $100 on that pop. Uh, yeah, I roughly made about 10 points on that. It ain't very much. Roughly made about 10 points on that. That's good enough for late afternoon. I don't wanna give back stuff that I made today. So I got 3 accounts traded and they're green, so that's good. Thank you. Uh, uh, Alrighty. So if you were in that trade, see, the reason I got in is because these 100 contracts right here, but you got to think about where we're at. We were just in a balanced area constantly, and I was real hesitant about getting in because I just don't like this whole area. I like having a nice trending market. Plus, you're counter trend trading with this thing. We have this whole area right here that sellers really want to be in around 420. You have some big sellers up in here. That don't go back that far. Um, but right here you have an inside bar, and I love trading inside bars. I would like to see it move it up a little bit more and have a little micro pullback with inside bar, and then a break of that, and you see the volume kick in on these bars right here. You can scalp yourself a nice 10 points easily, most of the time. Um, I, this wasn't an ideal trade for me. That's why I just went in kind of small. It was not an ideal trade, so I just went in small. I got in here and got out right here. I don't even know if you guys can read. I don't even know if you can hear the executions kick off on Ninja Trader. I might have that muted. The only thing I don't have muted is my microphone. Yeah, I think I got the other stuff muted, so yeah, you won't be able to hear that. Maybe I need to change that, but this is not a signal service, to be quite honest. I'm just trying to teach you how to trade. I will teach you how to fish, and then you can go catch them yourself. I'd rather do that. Trump speaks at 3 o'clock, so you really got to be careful. I'm probably done for the whole day. I just took that small trade because I got bored. But went in like real low on that one. That's not. I mean, I got some funded accounts that are up. I got the evals. I got 2 of them that are halfway there. I got another one. I just needed about 1,800 hours on that one and passing about 15 on 2 more, and that'll be 3. Have about 8 funded accounts with Bullnox, which would be pretty nice. Which means I can trade aggressively. I can activate about a few of them and trade 2 of them conservatively, trade 1 of them aggressively, and we'll see what happens. Yeah, just trade. Yeah, so I can, yeah, 1,500 hours. You got Trump 1 o'clock. You got Trump speaking. You got to be careful with that. You got to be careful. You've got to be careful when Trump's speaking. Trump could sit there The market will move if Trump just farts in the Oval Office. The market will move. Don't know why. Market will move. Yeah, I feel like we may have a quick swipe lower. Yeah, I don't go off my feelings. I don't trade with my feelings. I do know one thing: if Trump is speaking at 1500 hours, 3 o'clock, I do not want to be in the market. Do not want to be in the market. I don't. When I get into a trade, okay, like this trade right here. The reason I got in is because we had an inside bar right there and we didn't break lower. We had nice volume distribution up in this 1 minute area. And we had some nice big high volume. That low sell volume was right there. And then we kind of absorbed that and we kind of came up here into this area right here. And then we broke that. And then that's why I got in, because I'm thinking, okay, I can test the waters. And then added to the trade once we were up here, because I cut losers and add to winners. Um, and then just come up here, and then you see this big volume right up in here. I thought for sure we'd go up here and test 4.25, but we didn't. We started trading back down below this area, and I just got out. I didn't enter this trade because I say, if I ever click a button and I say, well, I think we're going to go up. Really? I don't, no, I don't click a button. Like right here, I think we could go up to 4.25. I ain't clicking no button. I gotta have a plan. And eventually I'll put up my trading plans. I think I did put one up there, like the 2 minute sweet spot. 2 minutes is actually really good. Let's see if I bring up a 2 minute chart. Let me take down this. Oh, this is the 5 minute. I thought that was the pulse. Live pulse. That's the 5 minute. Okay. Um, yeah, if we look at the 5 minute right here, if we lose this area right here, probably 380, I guess, around this area, yeah, we could possibly travel a little bit lower. I really need the delta. I need to code that in. I really need delta because that's how I calculate when I'm going to get in and out of a trade. Is when I'm in a trade, most of the time I'll keep my eye on the candles and the price of where we're going, but I'm really focused on the delta, especially when I'm in a trade. If I'm in a trade and we're up here and I see the delta climbing, I'll stay in the trade. When I start to see a delta that's just sitting there and it's not moving, it's not going up or down, yeah, I'm like, okay, what are we going to do? And all of a sudden it starts surging up. Yeah, I'll stay in the trade. Once that delta starts dwindling down, let's say you're at 200 positive delta and that thing starts going from 200 to 180, 175 to 150. It's like, oh, I got to think about taking some profits here. I really trade off the delta. We got an inside bar right here. We got an inside bar. So 1 minute, but it's close. They really can't be trusted. None of this stuff can be trusted. If Trump speaking, that's what Financial Juice says. Trump speaking at 3 o'clock. None of this can be trusted. I ain't trading. I ain't trying to trade anything. I don't care if we surge up. I don't care if we get 500 buy order. I ain't doing nothing. I ain't giving back no profits I made today because Trump wants to speak. I had one account get hurt, and then I got three accounts that are good. Two that are really good. One that's okay. I ain't giving back nothing. Uh, yeah, let's look at the 2 minute. So let's bring up another order flow pulse. Let's look at the 2 minute. Let's go to NQ March 26. Minimum volume of 2. That's pretty good. A large volume of 30 to show the bubbles because I'm a bubble trader. Resting orders, yeah, 10's fine. Tick Bennett to 4. We'll tick Bennett to 4. We'll go from 1 minute to 2 minutes and we'll just click apply. Let's see what that looks like. So yeah, there's something up here. I got to work on that. I got to work on that. So 2 minute, we had a nice inside bar right here on the 2 minute. And we broke this area right here. Now we're coming up here to test this volume area right here. We have some nice green volume. I don't know what's up with the. I don't know what's up with this. I got to look at that because I just threw this out there. It's kind of like there could be a cache issue because I'm looking real close and I'm actually seeing the numbers there, but there's something, there's a drawing. It looks just whacked out. And it only happens when I'm tick merging. I got to figure that out this weekend. But yeah, if you really look at a 2 minute travel is really nice. Yeah, I have a little bit wider stop. I mean, a 2 minute travel is really nice. The algos, they own the lower time frames. Yeah, there's something up with the drawing that I'm doing for this. I'll figure it out. There's not that much code in there. I'll be able to figure out the drawing areas. I'll figure that out. Okay. Let's recenter that. Whenever you move the chart around, you can move the chart around by control left click, and you can move the chart around by control left click. And if you double click inside the window, if you double click, it just recenters. It just goes to the beginning and recenters. Now, if you do this and you double click this, this doesn't recenter. That you can just do yourself. Eventually, I'll put something in there that does do something like that. But for right now, you can just move the chart around, then double click, and it recenters it. But you got to control left click and the right click. What I want to do, and I need to look at, boy, there's a lot I want to do. Ah, Tonight, I really got to sit down and think about what's the most highest priority thing I want to get done. What I would really like to be able to get done is to be able to right click and then drag up here to see like, okay, how many points is that? And like a dollar. Well, that's later down in money management stuff is down the road a little bit. I'll get that in there for y'all, but that'll be down the road. What I really want to do is be able to right click and then drag down to the bottom, and it tells me how many points that is. And then later on in the money management thing, you can right click. Let's say you wanted to get in on this one right here. You get in on the break of this one. You can right click here, then drag it down to here, and it'll tell you how many points. And let's say in the settings, you say, I only want to risk $200 per trade. Well, it will tell you how many contracts to get in, how many minis to get in, or how many micros to get in. And then when you enter a trade, you know that if you break that low right there, if that's your trading plan, you know you'll be risking, let's say you need to take 4 micros, and you know that it'll be $200. Okay, that's what I would like to be able to do. And also, it'll give me an idea to be like, okay, we ran from here all the way up to here, and that tells me how many points. And it's kind of useless, but it's nice to know. But that's not a real ideal thing to be coding in, because I only got, there's only 24 hours in the day. It's only 24 hours in the day. Sometimes I wish there was more, but that's the way the good Lord made it. He gave us 24 hours. Deal with it. So I think the main thing, well, I got something down that I really wanted to get down, and this was this DOM area. The DOM area is going to be built out a little bit bigger and better, bigger and better, bigger and better. There's nothing in there. There's no big order in there. I want to get the settings window where you click a cog wheel and all this minimum volume, large volume, resting orders, and bands. That right there, those 4 things right there will be set into a user setting that you control. And then all the rest of this, the ticker, the mode, 1 minute, 5 minute live pulse, and then apply and clear. Uh, will be pushed over to this area right here. And then the rest of it is a cog wheel. You just click on and do the settings, and you'll be able to set these 4 items in the user settings, but also in the user settings, you'll be able to change the color of what you want. You're like, okay, I want to change the ask color on the histogram. Well, it will change it for the histogram here and on the no on the heat map and on the histogram here. It will change it. I want to change the color of these bars right here. I don't like lime green and red. I want to do lime green and blue violet. Okay, blue violet for the red. Well, you can change that. That'll be a color setting. You can just change up here. You just pick the color and go at it. I need to get that in there. The settings. Now the color changing is going to be down the road. And then I need to get the delta down here. The delta is a big thing. I'm thinking, to be quite honest, the delta is a pretty big thing that I need. So I kind of want that because right now, what I do is just use the chart right here. Uh, What I use, what time frame is that? 1 minute. Uh, order flow bars right there. Paste in. You can get a free license key. It's in beta. It's free for now. Okay. And then I'll just change all this to like blue violet. This is how I normally have it set up. We'll just change that to blue violet. Imbalance stack, 4 imbalance ratio, 4 stacked of 3. And we'll do that as blue violet as well. Persistent buy-in. Where's the delta? Right there. And then we just click apply and then we click OK. And then the delta is like right here. I didn't load up any tick value stuff. You go to settings, you go to tick replay. I don't add that. I don't add tick replay just because it just slows the system down. Tick replay is just crap, to be honest. It's only about 85-90% accurate, to be quite honest, and that's right from NinjaTrader that tells you that. So I kind of have to look at the delta right here on this to be able to search for it. And there's another thing I need to throw up on the site. Right now, you have what is it? Hiking the smooth. No, what is it called? What did I call it? Order flow bars? No. Oh, I deleted it, I think. Uh, order flow. Order flow bars moving average. This right here is pretty good. I need to add it to this area for a user setting if you want to show the order flow bar moving average. I'm trying to bring this up if it'll work. Maybe you got to add it to the chart, you dummy. Uh, and we click apply and we click OK. So what that is, what this is right here in this area, what this is, this moving average right here, this is called, and it's not my idea. I just called this the order flow bars moving average. And basically, if we are above it and sloping upwards, we are bullish. You really only want to be taking longs in that area right there. Okay. Really, and when we're sloping down like this, you really only want to be taking shorts. Okay. Like right here, you really want to be taking longs. We had a pop, we had a pullback, we had a nice big huge bar, we had an inside bar. You break that, you scalp some out. Okay. This is a moving average, order flow bar moving average, and I'll explain to you basically what it is because it's not rocket science. It's what I read, some papers from the institutions. Uh, Here, let me go to the beginning. And those dots right there, that means persistent buying. That means it just ran up 2 ticks with the minimum volume of 10. But close to his 240 ain't trading anything. But what this moving average is you take the Heiken Ashi chart. You take a Heiken Ashi chart. I'm not going to bring it up, but you take a Heiken Ashi chart. And if you look at a Heiken Ashi chart, Heiken Ashi stands for average bar in Japanese. That's what it stands for, average bar. You take the Heiken Ashi chart, and that gives you the high, low, open, and close. Divide that by 4, and that gives you the average for that bar. And basically what it is just an average uh, of the bar. And the Heiken Ashi, people look at it for like trends. Okay. And I've read some papers with what these high frequency uh, algorithms do. I read some white papers, and what these institutions are doing with these high frequency trading bots is they're using the Heiken Ashi data, and then they're smoothing it out with like a 9 EMA. So they're smoothing that data out. So you get the data of the open and close, and then you smooth it out with a 9 exponential moving average. And that right there kind of smooths out the line. And that's basically what this is. That's all this is. But I'm just calling it the order flow bars moving average. And it just kind of smooths it out. That's what that line is right there. I need to throw this up on the site. And it's going to be free. I'm just going to throw this up there for free. I mean, my other one is up there. What did I call it? Smooth Heiken Ashi. So this one is already up there. If you go to the site, you have the order flow bars, which is this indicator. Order flow pulse, what we're looking at. For some reason, the order flow pulse is kind of canceling out every now and then the data of the order flow bars. I think it is. I don't know. There's some kind of issue with that. I need to figure that out. And then we have the DOM. That's a prototype. That'll be the last thing I'll work on. And then we have the smooth Heiken Ashi, cut the noise, trade the move. Standard candles are noisy. Regular Heiken Ashi helps, but still flips often and chops. Smooth Heiken Ashi goes a step further. It takes the Heiken Ashi open and close and runs them through the adjustable exponential moving average, filtering out micro pullbacks and highlighting the real trend structure. 2 smooth lines show who's in control, buyers or sellers. And these are the 2 smooth lines. But what I did with that yellow line is I just took the 2 smooth lines and then I just get the average of that. And then that is what gave me this order flow bar moving average. If that makes sense. But it wasn't my idea. I just read some papers and I was like, oh, these institutions are taking the Heiken Ashi data, not the candle chart, but the data. And then they're smoothing it out with a 9 EMA. And a lot of scalpers and day traders, and a lot of scalpers use the 9 exponential moving average. And they're just smoothing it out. So we got a lot of persistent buy-in. And what these little dots mean is that it's persistent buying. That means it has to tick up twice. It has to tick up with like 10 volume, 10 volume. It cannot tick up, then tick down. It's invalidated. It has to be 2 ticks persistently with the minimum volume. That just shows you a strength. And as you can see right here, it actually is doing pretty well. Because right there, persistent buying, a little doji candle right there, inside bar doji, another persistent buying. That just tells you a lot of times I might jump into a trade. I'll say I jumped into the trade down in this area, and I saw this persistent buying right here, and then I saw this. Well, what I can do is just nice green bar with persistent buying. I'll put my stop down below here, okay, and then I just kind of use it as like where to place my stops. I used it really big on that 100-point short that I caught, that I got lucky on, and I caught that. I used the persistent selling for that. So it's 245. Trump speaking at 3. So what I'm going to do, and another thing what I need to do is take this timeline right here. Like you can do this on this chart right here. You can take this and do that. I need to be able to see right here. You can do this as well for the order flow pulse. You can come in here and do that if you want. But you can't do it with the timeline. I need to do that. Just shorten it out. Of course, I'm going to have to clamp it. Maybe 20% of the column width, that you can only shorten it out about 20% of the column width, because you really need to be able to stop it eventually. You need to be able to stop it, so I'll probably clamp it at like 20%. It'll just be clamped. But you'll be able to move the time right here. You'll be able to move it so you can see more bars. That will really help out with the 5-minute as well, seeing the bigger overall trend. It's just small stuff like that that I have to code in myself, because NinjaTrader don't have that. They got it for their bar. They got it for their windows. And see right here, their window right here, if you right click, you get all the information, get your drawing tools and everything. You don't get that when you do an add-on. You get nothing. You have to build the window yourself, and then you have to build everything on top of that. You get absolutely nothing. There's no module, no nothing that you can plop in. Like Chart Trader. See Chart Trader? Yeah, you can use Chart Trader on order flow bars indicator. That's fine. But once you go to add-on, you get nothing. All this header right here, this ticker, well, that's that ticker. I need to do a drop down for it. That's good. The 1 minute. Well, we have this right here. This is a nice layout. I really like that. I would love to be able to code something in for order flow pulse like that. In the future, I will. I just don't have the time right now to do that. But with an add-on, you get nothing. You got to code everything yourself. Every single thing, even the black background, that's coded in. The window size, that's coded in. They just give you a window. That little title up there, order flow pulse, coded in. They just give you the window. I'm using WPF, Windows, yeah, WPF, Windows Presentation Foundation. It's just a C#. It's just C#. And to be quite honest, I'm not that ticked off I got to code everything, because in the long run, this is what's going to happen in the long run. All this stuff right here you see with like the live pulse right here. If we go to live pulse, let's say we go to ES, we go to 2, we just tick in this order flow pulse, and you can click apply. This live pulse right here, all of Here, let me recenter that. All of this stuff that I coded in for the live pulse and this DOM right here and all this code, all the code that I coded in and the DOM, all that code that I coded in, I can't take the indicator. I can take some of the logic, but all this stuff that I coded in, I can port this over into my own platform because it's it's within NinjaTrader, but it's all written in C# using the Windows Presentation Foundation, and I can take all this code right here and just throw that right into my own trading platform, and that's exactly what I'm gonna do in the future. It'll probably be next year. But if I can get enough support for the NinjaTrader add-on to help develop that, spend the time to develop my own trading platform, then that is what I'm gonna do. If we can get enough people using this, well, we got some pretty sizable jump right there. 59, about 10 points all of a sudden, just a peak. Um, I'll just go 2-point increments on the price. Um, Eventually, I'm going to code in my. Is that still? What is that doing? Eventually, I'm going to code in my. 104. Okay, so we had 104 and 66 contracts kick off right here, but the thing is, we didn't see it up here because they're not one orders. That's not one order. That is 100 orders within 104 contracts that got bought within 100 milliseconds. Each bubble is 100 milliseconds, and it sums up the buy and sell volume. That's what the bubbles are. That's what the live pulse is. Live pulse takes 100 milliseconds and adds up the volume. That's why that 104 and that 66, you saw it right here, but that because that's within 100 milliseconds, that amount of orders came in. It wasn't one order. It wasn't just one order. And the opacity is kind of light, so that's telling you it's low positive delta. If that 104 was real solid green, that would tell you it's high positive delta. That's the way I just coded it in for the live pulse mode, which is this. This is the live pulse mode. And of course, we have this area right here. We loaded up 4,000 ticks historically. We're on version 1.0.3, but hey, this is just a live pulse. And eventually, I'm going to be, if I can get enough support for NinjaTrader and get quite a few users doing this, using this for NinjaTrader, and they want to support it, that's great. What I'm going to do in the future, and it will probably a beta release would be released next year, will be my own trading, or my own order flow trading platform. That will be in the future, like next year, because I'll be able to get all of this stuff in. But what I'll have to code in on a trading platform is I'll have to code in all of the connections. So I'm going to start with Rhythmic. I'm going to start with Rhythmic. Now, not everybody will be able to use it, but you know, if you're using Apex and Bullnox or whatever prop firm, and you choose Rhythmic, you'll be able to use my order flow platform next year. And then once that's working good, then I'll have to write the code for the connection for Tradeovate. Write that in, or whatever brokers. I'll have to pick the biggest data feed connection that people use for these prop firms that do pass evals and stuff, and mostly Rhythmic, Tradeovate, but mostly I think Rhythmic is probably the highest one done, so that's the one I'm going to start with. It just makes more business sense. Okay, right up here, and I will eventually get that into order flow pulse, but right up in here, we're seeing some absorption because right here you have the persistent buying right here, but we closed below it. That's absorption. We have persistent buying right here. Those dots, that is persistent buying. They got absorbed. We had this bar right here, which is a stacked buying balance of 4 to 3. So 4 times more buyers and sellers stacked 3 times. So each tick level, and they got absorbed. So this is telling me we could possibly move down. but the order flow bar movement average is sloping upwards. If we, on the 1 minute, if we close below that, then you could possibly be looking for a trade to go short. I will eventually have that information on the order flow pulse. Eventually. But right now, it's little by little because it's just me slinging the code, writing it for this. And whenever I get into a problem, I just kind of lean on AI a little bit, be like, hey, where is this in the code? Hey, where's because I've got like over 2,000 lines of code written just for order flow pulse. And sometimes I can't figure out a bug, and it's like, you know what? I can eventually figure this out because I've been doing it for 15 years. I will eventually figure it out, but then I'll just go to AI because I use the Z IDE. I'll just go right to the AI and be like, hey, this is the problem I'm having. Where in the code could this actually be? And it'll read through it and give you a good idea. Sometimes it's able to give you good ideas. More often than not, AI has been given sometimes it causes more problems than actually fixes. Small projects, AI is awesome. For small things, pretty good. You want to do React? Yeah, pretty good. You start doing large desktop applications with C sharp, it starts choking. In the future, it'll be good. But for right now, I lean on AI and it has made my development 4 times faster. That's all it does. AI is good, but it ain't the end all be all that some people think it is. And these tech companies, these large tech companies are starting to understand that. Right now, on the order flow bars, the order flow bar moving average is starting to flatline. We're starting to trade below. We're getting persistent selling and the stacked selling bounce that got absorbed on this bar right here. Then they got absorbed up here. Okay. And you saw that persistent buying up in there disappear. That's because I only keep like 5 of them, like 5 minutes past 5 bars back. There's no need to keep it up there. Just takes up too much resources to just keep the little dots up there. They're not needed way below in the past. Now on a 5 minute, you got 5 minute, we could if we lose let me yeah. I don't know. This is hard to trade. You got 3 o'clock. You got no, you got Trump speaking, so-called speaking at 3 o'clock. He's never on time. I don't know if he's speaking. I could care less. I mean, 3 o'clock. I just don't trade. I hardly trade. I did one trade in late afternoon, and I just really sized down about half my size. I normally just don't trade. I trade in the morning, make my money, and move on. Even if I lose money, I move on. So yeah, let's just see what the order flow pulse. There's no need for the delta to show here on the live pulse mode. Right here on the live pulse mode, there's no need for the delta to be quite honest. Hmm. Yeah, there's no need for the delta to be quite honest. I mean, the live pulse, not really. I mean, for the for the regular modes, the 30-second and the minutes, yeah, delta is nice. Actually, what I need to do is I need to take this live pulse and kind of widen it out a little bit with the time frame. If you look down at the bottom, you'll see 1458, 1416, 17, then 28. I need to widen it out a little bit because the bubbles are like kind of like on top of each other. So I just kind of, for the live pulse, I need to kind of widen it out a little bit. Here, I can start actually taking some notes about some of this stuff. I can start taking some notes on some of this stuff. So, live pulse mode. Okay, 1, things to do. Things to do on the regular mode, we need to add delta. So it's going to be down at the bottom. We need to add the delta. That'll be the regular mode, add delta. Also, we need to be able to click and drag the timeline. You can click and drag the price, but we'll do left click. So left click, drag time axis. Time axis. X-axis, that'll be the time axis. And for live pulse, I mean, you can kind of see like each bubble is 100 milliseconds and it sums up like that 20 some orders that you saw. I really can't see, I'm kind of far away from the screen, but the big bubble, it's not that big. Not that big. It's right there. That bubble right there was 100 milliseconds of buy volume. So I just took 100 milliseconds above the buy sell volume, and then I create these bubbles. So 100 milliseconds. Each bubble is 100 milliseconds of orders that are coming in. So I possibly, and this will kill two birds with one stone. The left click drag time axis, the x-axis down at the bottom here. If I can get that done, which I'll try to get that done tonight, when you left click and drag it, you'll be able to widen out the time axis so the bubbles won't be sitting on top of each other. That'll actually be good. So that'll be one thing. Also right here, let's we could have a trade setting up, but we got 3 o'clock. Trump speaking. If you do this, you got to be extremely light on the trade. As you can see right here, we are sloping down on the order flow bar moving average. We got a selling persistent. We have a stacked selling balance right here. We have a stacked selling balance right there. Except for the delta is not that high, to be quite honest. Delta's only 14. We're now at 23. Normally, what I would do, which I'm not going to trade this because Trump's selling. I don't care if it dumps 50 points. I'm not trading when Trump's speaking. Okay, right here, you get in here, your stop's up here, or you can put it right up here to about 13 points. Come down here, probably sell, try to get yourself 30 points. You got another selling balance. The thing about this selling balance, you had a selling balance, but right now that selling balance is getting absorbed. Okay, so you got to really, if you start trading above the 448 level, this order flow bar moving average, you really got to think about getting out. Because right now the trend is down. Okay, so if you get in short here, and if we break this low with some volume, yeah, we could like capitulate and go down, which would be nice. And then when you look at the 5-minute time frame, the 5-minute time frame is setting up. We got that resistance area right here, all of this resistance right here. So we could possibly capitulate down. You got some sellers up in there. I mean, I'm sorry. You got some people sitting on the book right here. Just a small, slight amount. But right now, if you got in this trade, because I normally do trade this, not now, but if you got in here and you got yourself 7 points, do not let this thing come back on you. Do not let a winner turn into a loser. I don't care if you have to take 5 points. If this thing starts running up and the delta starts surging from like 20 to 50, 60, then and you're up here, just take a break even. It's just stupid to be taking a full stop out when it's not needed. If it reverses and you think you're right, get back in. What did it cost you? Commission? Big deal. I mean, that's just the way it is. That's how I trade. I don't listen to these stupid gurus about 3 to 1, 5 to 1s, or whatever the heck they want to talk about. I don't listen to that crap. I listen to the market, what's telling me. If it tells me I'm right, I'm good. If it tells me, hey, buddy, you're wrong, I'm giving you a chance. You better get out. Then I'll get out. Trump speaking, I guess. But that's how the way the game is played. And you got to look at the 5 minute right here. 5 minute, the volume's picking up. See that? The volume's picking up on that. So we could run up here, like 441 area, which is right up in here. Okay, right up in here. If we get past this little hump right here, these little buyers right here, and you're trying to go short, you get past these buyers, you better be careful. I mean, how much could you scalp yourself? I mean, if you got in here persistent selling, you got stacked selling balance, it closed below it. You got the average, the order flow bar moving average sloping down, and you get in here, and right now you're sitting down there at about 17, 15 points, maybe 20 points right now. You get in here, and you're sitting down there at a 20-point move. And on a mini, that's $400. What you waiting for? Take a little bit off, manage the trade. Take a little bit off, manage the trade. Yeah, if I made the live bars adjustable, like right here we have 54 volume with pretty high negative delta right there. If I made that adjustable like 100 milliseconds, okay, I mean the human can't even react in that time. You got professional gamers that react in like 100, 200 milliseconds. Your average person can't do that. Okay, so and if I do make this adjustable, which will be in the future, because I got a lot more stuff I need to do. If I do make that adjustable, because that would only be adjustable in the user settings and cogwheel, um, I'm going to have to clamp it because once you start getting up into like 250, 300 milliseconds, it doesn't look like a natural flow. Like right now, it kind of has a natural flow, and the bubbles kind of grow. It doesn't have a natural flow once you start getting over 250 milliseconds, which is just a quarter of a second. It doesn't have a natural flow to it. It just feels kind of jerky. Uh, and if you look at this, on like like at night on NQ with live pulse, if you actually look at it, you'll notice that sometimes this bubble will kind of slide and jerk to the right and then fill and then move along, and then sometimes it'll jerk to the right and fill and move along. That's just because there's not enough volume coming in within 100 milliseconds. And if you actually move that up to like 300 milliseconds, it actually will look like that, like now during market hours. And I kind of researched how Bookmap does it as well. Uh, and they do their own little things as well. Uh, yeah, see, all this stuff right now with news and or Trump speaking, none of this stuff really even matters, to be quite honest. The order flow bar, moving average, the stacked imbalances, the large orders, none of that really matters when you have news or if you have somebody speaking like Trump. Uh, it's just because the market is so erratic at those times, it will move wherever it wants to move. I mean, when I do trade news at 8:30, like right now, we've got a stacked buying balance. Like right now, you got a stacked buying balance on the 1 minute on the order flow bar indicator with persistence buying, but you're below the order flow bar moving average. So that's really the odds are not in your favor. As you can see, it's just starting to break down a little bit. The odds are really not in your favor. For one, I guess Trump's speaking or is supposed to be. I don't know. I don't have the TV on in the office. And there's an issue I need to look at with having order flow pulse running and order flow bars indicator running at the same time. Somehow the order flow bars indicator gets zeroed out sometimes. And I think that could be because of the C sharp language, the garbage collection. When the memory gets too much, it just has to clear it out uh, because your system needs resources and it'll clear stuff out. And I think it's clearing out the order flow bars just because order flow pulse takes up so much resources because there's a lot of stuff being printed and painted onto the screen. Uh, that's just something I need to look at. Whenever I had order flow pulse not running and just order flow bars, it seems fine. But I need to, what I'm going to do this weekend, and I might take a look at it before I do the Delta stuff. I might even look at it tonight. Is actually run it through the uh, playback with Ninja Trader and see if I can't fix that issue somehow. And then, yeah, it's just that's why I've been actually thinking about just taking all the stuff I did for order flow bars and just moving it over to the order flow pulse. But the problem with that, you don't have chart trader then because I would have to code that in. Uh, yeah, the market is going to be erratic if Trump's speaking. Yeah, we're just kind of chopping around, not doing much. See, right now everything's working. Um, but if I leave this up for too long, the order flow bars indicator, if I didn't have order flow pulse running, this thing runs for hours with the data running fine, and for some reason it doesn't get cleared out. And I think it's because of the garbage collector. And programming, some programming languages have garbage collectors. Now Rust doesn't have garbage collector because it goes off of a borrowing system, ownership and borrowing. You kind of borrow the memory, but I'm not going to get into that. But with C sharp, the way NinjaTrader is built off of C sharp, and I'm using C sharp to build this stuff. C sharp uses a garbage collector. You don't have to manage the resources in the memory yourself. The programming language does it for you. So when the resources get too much in like an object or data, let's say data that was in the past, maybe an hour ago, is not needed, well, it'll just clear it out because it needs the resources, and it could just clear up some resources that it could use. And what I'm thinking what's happening is there's something within the order flow pulse add-on that's clearing out that memory in the past history, and I'm thinking it's clearing out the data for the order flow bars. I'm not sure. Well, yeah, that's what I'm assuming it is. So I kind of have to research that. That's why I think there's a problem with it, and that's why, because when I ran this before earlier in the week, I did not run order flow pulse. I just ran order flow bars, and there was no problem. The thing ran for like 2-3 hours, no problem. But yet, as soon as I booted up order flow pulse, about within 30 minutes or a half hour during real busy market hours, within 30 minutes to an hour, it just clears it out. Now, order flow pulse doesn't get affected for some reason. So, and if I can't figure it out, uh, and if I can't get the Z AI to help me figure it out, then I'm just going to have to not spend too much time on it, and then just take, because eventually what I'm going to do with order flow pulse, with order flow pulse, what I'm eventually going to have is you're going to be able to see the stacked imbalances on here anyway. Like right now, you see the profile of the volume profile for the bars. Eventually, you're going to be able to notice, okay, where there is a stacked buy imbalance. Let's say there was a stacked buy imbalance on this bar right here. It's going to show up as like a light area going across, and it might go across like 5 bars, and if it gets traded through, it'll just cut it off. Um, so eventually, the order flow pulse, you'll be able to see where stacked imbalance is. Also, you'll have in the settings where you can say, hey, I want to turn on the order flow bar moving average, that yellow line that takes all that data and merges it together. I want to turn that moving average on to keep me in the right direction. Well, it'll, when you click that button, you click apply, it just appears on the order flow bar chart. So eventually, I want to have it so where you don't even need order flow bars because it's an indicator. Now, doing that kind of takes away the chart trader and stuff. So I'm always going to have the order flow bars there for NinjaTrader. Uh, but in the long run, next year, when I start trying to build out my own trading platform after all this stuff that I want done is working and is pretty rock solid for NinjaTrader, I'm going to take all that code that I built out and it's solid for NinjaTrader, and then next year start building out my own my own order flow trading platform. You see how this bubble right here, the 73 orders came in within 100 milliseconds, is dark. The opacity is dark on that circle, just like in this bar right here, this 1 point bar. It's dark. It's darker than that bar right there. That's kind of shade. It's kind of light. This is dark shade. That means high delta. And eventually you'll be able to look down at the bottom there and see how much delta, how much volume. Right now we're in a bounce market. We're just consolidating. We're in a bounce market because I guess Trump is speaking. I don't know what's going on. I don't have him on the news. In the office, I really should have the news on. I usually don't listen to the news. All it does is a bunch of idiots running their mouths. And also, what you really need to look at, you see how we were sloping down and like how I walked through this trade right here. If you took this short right here, you made about 20 points. But you see how we got here, and then all of a sudden we're still sloping down, but we're kind of flatlining a little bit within like a 5 point range on the order flow bar moving average. You don't want to be taking trades. You don't want to be taking longs or shorts in that area because the market will search for value. It found it to the downside. Then it searched, and then we have a balanced market, what's called balanced market. What it does is that it trades around. It consolidates. It pisses new traders off. Okay, and then we're in the balanced market. Sometimes we're only there for a couple minutes. Sometimes we're there for a couple hours. It just pisses people off. And then guess what? We're finding more value to the downside. It's just auction market theory. It's what the market does. Market will run up or run down, then it will be balanced. You have buyers and sellers kind of going back and forth, trying to find good value. It's just auction. What is the auction? What's the value of it? Okay, value up or down. Then it runs up or down. Then it goes into more balanced mode. Sometimes it gets erratic and it will slam down and then V-shape upwards. Okay, that's just the way it is. But yeah, now we found the market. Now we have a sell and bounce area right there. So if you lose that area, let's look at the order flow pulse. If you lose that area right there, I mean, you got resting orders right up in here, as you can see right there. You got some resting orders right there. And the histogram keeps going in and out. It's probably spoofer. Um, I mean, normally, if you break that low normally, and you can see the volume kick in normally, you'd go short on something like that. But with Trump and 5 o'clock, and especially it's like 322. The market's erratic. There's no need to trade. If you made money, I'm not trading. If you made money in the morning, there's no need to be trading late afternoon. All you're asking for is to give it back. And down there at 349, you got some resting orders around 3.5. 3.5, you got some resting orders, but I mean, who knows? Market's erratic if Trump's speaking. Oh, yeah. Alrighty, we got about 35 minutes. Market will close. Market closes at 5, but for me, it closes at 4 o'clock because I don't do anything. Actually, the market kind of closed for me at 12 o'clock. I'll take my, how much did I, $355? No, 555. Yeah, yeah, I didn't trade very much today, about $500. Kind of hard for me to stream and trade at the same time. That's why I'll probably start streaming just like 2, 3 days a week, and then just sit in my office and listen to some music, and then actually get some trades and get a couple payouts on these funded accounts, and then stream like 2 or 3 times a week. Because you don't need to listen to me for signals, because I don't give signals. I'll tell you, hey, this is what I'm thinking about doing. I'm trying to teach you how to use the indicator and the add-on, and try to teach you how to use it. And once you use it, I need to put out a trading plan, uh, a video to show people. I mean, I could do daily wrap ups. I'd have to do that kind of early because in the order flow pulse, it only keeps so much data. And the reason it does that is because there's a lot of stuff being uh, used. I could possibly try and use it for a little bit longer, but I need to think about resources. So the market kind of sold off, and we kind of in another balance area. We might be there for like about 4 or 5 minutes. We could be there, who knows? And then might sell off and find more value to the downside. We have no idea. But what I do know is that the order flow bar moving average is sloping downward, so it's not very bullish, to be honest. We had a balanced market. Okay, we sold off. Maybe you got 20 points on that short, because we had stacked sell and balance area, and you break that low and you sell off. Okay, you know, maybe you can get that. We had a balanced market. Market searches for value. Then market goes into balance mode. Sometimes it does it, sometimes it don't. Then we found more value to the downside. Where are we at? We're in a balanced area. Sometimes it peaks down and then comes right back up. Now, if it breaks out of the balance area, if it swipes down, you really need to pay attention to how fast, if it comes back into the balanced zone area, you have to pay attention to how fast it comes back. Because if it comes back fast, like it did here, it just kind of peaked outside of the area and came back in. Okay, it's a balanced market, and that's just telling me, hey, the buyers are taking control and they're not letting this thing dump that out of the balance area right now. So you kind of have to really look at it and see how fast it came back in. Right now, you have a persistent buying right there. Um, but you really have to look how fast it comes out of the balance area. Like right here, you had the balance area, and then we swiped down in low volume, and then we came right back up. You have to look to see how fast that happens. And if you really want to try and play the breakout of the balanced area or the consolidation area, you really need multiple things. You really need high volume and high delta. And try to get yourself into break even quickly and manage the trade. Now, see, are we going to come out of the balance area again? Because right now we're coming, it looks like we're trying to swipe down out of it. You have the buyer stepping in, pushing it right back into the balance area. Okay, so maybe we're not ready to dump yet. We might not dump at all. It might shoot up to 440. We have no idea. We got 30 minutes until 4 o'clock. See how see, it comes right back into the balance area. Would you be trying to go short here or go long? No, because there's nothing happening. I mean, I wouldn't. That's not my trading plan. What I am looking at is the 1 minute starting to form a P shape volume profile. This is, you see how we have low volume there, and then right here we have a distribution of volume right there, and it's starting to fill out. Well, if we fill out too much, then you can use that as support. If we fill out pretty decently the next 1 minute, you might be able to use that as support. And if you see a large buyer step in, well, you can use this area. Let's say a large buyer steps in here with 100 contracts, then you might be able to use this area for support. It's just the whole thing. See now, but see, I mean, Trump's speaking. I guess he's speaking. We have no idea what's going on. So right here, you've got the order flow bar moving average. And then when we're starting to flatline right here, we closed above it. Once we start going back up, you need to think about this area right here. So are we going to travel to 400 up to 4.25? Who knows? Well, it's too late in the day. I usually don't try to trade. Here, let me recenter that. Also, you got this 600, the 60, one contract 60 lot right there. You know, that's good. You don't see a lot of large sellers in here, which is nice. Yeah, so it's just pushing it back into the balanced area. And what is it, 20-point range? See, that's where that drawing that I need to code in for the add-on to be able to go from here to here, right click and just drag it, and it'll tell me how many point range it is. Now, if you look at the 5 minute right there, where that 60 buy contract, 60 contracts of the buy kicked in, you'll see this area is low volume, and then we built out this area. Okay, that's a B shape. That's bearish because when you break that low, it normally means we're going to keep traveling down. And this area, the previous 5 minutes, we had just a balanced market for 5 minutes. It just kind of nice distribution, solid thick area. You know, that's a nice balanced distribution. So if we break this, we could travel back down lower if we don't have a lot of people in the order book sitting on the bids. But right now, we're not making a lower low on the current 5 minute. We got higher than the previous 5 minute. Of course, it's 334. It's kind of hard to really trade, to be honest. So, and if you come over here, the order flow bar moving average, we're flatlining, now we're sloping down. So I wouldn't be trying to go in long, to be quite honest, because the momentum is downwards. Whoops, it just gives you a nice guideline to go off of. It just gives you a nice guideline to go off of. I want to eventually have that, and I looked into it last night. Um, I can get that moving average over. It's not going to take the logic to write that is not very hard. And it's not very. It's not a lot of logic to write. I thought I'd just be able to just call that indicator, order flow bar moving average indicator that I created for NinjaTrader. I thought I would be able to just call it right within the add-on that I wrote, but the way add-ons from NinjaTrader are, you got to code every single thing yourself. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. I created an indicator. I just want to use it inside there. And you can't do that. You got to just code it yourself. And I'm like, all right, I'll just create another file and just use that. I thought I could just make the indicator public, which means public in programming just means you can call it from other areas of the application. It's public information. If it was private, then it'd be private information. Nobody can see it. That's my small coding lesson for today. I guess I could look at financial juice and it'll tell me if Trump's speaking. Yeah, I guess something's going on. It says a little play button right there. I guess he's running his mouth. I have no idea. That's what politicians do. It don't matter if it was Clinton, Obama, uh, who's the other big dog? I don't know. Trump. It don't matter. They all run their mouths. I worked for the government. I worked for Booz. I was a senior software engineer for Booz Allen Hamilton in Washington D.C. I was a senior software engineer for Booz Allen in Washington D.C. And I think when you go to D.C., you get dumber. If you're in the politics, you just get dumber. Well, we got a nice selling balance right here on the 1 minute. Now, I don't know because, politician running their mouth, so you don't know what's going to happen. So right here on the 1 minute on the order flow bar indicator, you got you got persistent selling, you got a stacked selling balance. So you get that low and you break that low, you can go short on that. You can go short on that. And once you get about 10 points, I know. I sound like broken record. I know. I do sound like it. Once you get about 10 points, you need to pay yourself and move to break even. And then you're back to break even. Or just pay yourself a little bit. Move and just, pay yourself a little bit. You get 10 points, pay yourself a little bit. If you start breaking this stacked selling balance area, you just get out. At least you paid yourself a little bit. And if it dumps and it totally pukes out and craps, and the NQ craps itself, then you make some money. But you can't be pissed off, be like, man, I should have held everything, because next time when you do hold everything, you're going to get full stop out and you ain't going to be able to pay yourself. So I had a balance area and then it broke it right here and it kind of sold off. Not very much. All right, let's look at this. Yeah, so right there at that candle, you had a stacked sell imbalance. Now, eventually, you're going to be able to see that on the order flow pulse. Eventually, you'll be able to see that. I just haven't coded that in. I just really haven't coded that in quite yet. Eventually, you'll be able to see it. I mean, right now, I'm able to trade it and make money. So obviously, you can. Even though I've been trading NQ for 10 years, obviously, if I can make money, you can. I mean, let's be honest. If a redneck from the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia can trade the financial markets, I think you can. It's just a matter of self-discipline. That's all it is. It's just a matter of self-discipline. I mean, folks, if you ain't got self-control, you ain't gonna be able to make it in this realm. If you don't have self-control, you're just not gonna be able to make it. To be quite honest, not in the long run. The only way I learned self-control is I got sick and tired of blowing up personal accounts because the prop firms weren't around. The micros weren't around. And every few months, I got sick and tired of taking $2,000, $3,000 and throwing it into an account and blowing it up. And then I finally learned self-control. So right now, you got that bar that's kind of forming. I mean, right here, even if you got in on the stacked selling balance that was right here, okay, and you got out, you took a little profits right here because you saw the volume kind of thinning out, and you took a little profits and you moved to a break even. You got to think about this bar right here. This bar right here was a lot of green, folks, a lot of green. And it really didn't swipe down too low. It was a lot of green. We had some resting bids right there. An inside bar right here. If we break this, we could probably travel up here. Not that I would take the trade, because if you look at the order flow bar movement average, we're still sloping down. So that's still kind of bearish. You could get a spike up and then big sell off. You don't know. You got to put the odds in your favor, though. And it's 345. And at 350, the little freakazoid algos kick in for the institutions at 350. So sometimes the market goes crazy. Sometimes it don't do anything. But you got to be careful with 350 because the little freaky algos kick in. And those algos are controlled by traders. You have software engineers and traders that work together. And those traders controlled the algorithms. They turn them on when needed, turn them off and when not needed. They turn on certain algos in certain market conditions. They just don't turn them on and just let them run by themselves. I mean, those algos are dealing with a lot of money. So we got a lot of volume on on this candle right here. You got that ledge right there. You got this big ledge right here with pretty good delta right there because it's nice solid. It's not a little hollow. You can if you got in on the break of this right here, or even if you got in on the break of that right now, you know, you're up 65, you're up 75, you're up 10 points. You just pay yourself a little bit or move to a break even. If it starts trading back down, take a little bit of profits off. At least take something and leave a runner. Eh, and then it comes back down past it, maybe comes down 1 point past it. Maybe you want to do break even -1 or break even +1. I don't know. You know, but just pay yourself a little bit. Because right now, who knows? We could dump down 50 points. We have no idea. I mean, at 345, you want to scalp yourself 5, 10 points, go right ahead. Just be disciplined enough to take the profits and move to a break even and don't get ticked off when you get a break even trade. You know, so many traders search for, I want to know the holy grail, the perfect indicator. There is none. There is none. What's the best strategy? There is none. The best strategy for you is how you are, how your personality is. Can you take heat and be okay with it and get yourself maybe a 3-to-1 trade and be able to take a full stop out? So if that's your type of personality and you're good at trading that, then that's what you need to stick with. If you're like me and you don't like taking a lot of heat, but you like being correct a lot, then you might want to do a little hyper scalp and get yourself 5, 10, 15, 20 points here and there. But you have a big high batting average, but you need that high batting average because you might be taking a bunch of trades where you pay commissions and stuff and the slippages and stuff. So, you know, if you're like me, you're going to scalp and you need to take profits quickly and move to break even quickly. And the reason I do that is because, I mean, I traded a while back, I traded the low flow pump and dumpers pre market. Well, those low flow pump and dumpers, when hot news comes out like such and such drug passed phase 2 and blah, 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 and a bunch of people start piling in, dog piling into it, and they run it up, and you take profits, and it starts running back down, and you start throwing in your orders to get out because you don't have market orders in pre market with those little pump and dumpers. Um, I mean, it'll really teach you to take profits quickly. Now, with the markets for hyper scalping, for swing trading, yeah, I swing trade by swing trade stocks. Okay. Uh, and I used to trade options years ago. I don't trade options now. I used to trade it years ago. Options were good. Zero DTEs, I haven't even looked at that. I do look at the options, but I just don't trade them anymore. Um, and then about 4 or 5 years ago, I used to spread trade the ES and the NQ. Like if the NQ ran up 3% higher than the ES, roughly this is what the plan was. When the NQ ran up 3% higher than the ES, I would look at the chart and I would overlay them as like just one lines, not candlesticks, but just one lines, different color. And then I wrote a program to be like, hey, NQ ran up like 2-3% higher than the ES, and then the average for the past 3 months was only like 4 or 5%. So I'm like, okay, I might take 1 or 2% heat. So I would short the NQ and go long the ES, but you got to make sure the notional value is correct, and that's how many contracts you need to get in. Mostly, you could be doing this with micros because you just don't have a large enough account to be doing that with the big boys. I did it with the micros and made quite a bit of money. Uh, and then if the NQ keeps running and then it's like 4% higher than the ES, then I would throw another leg on. Okay. And then I would short the NQ and go long the ES. And when they diverged like that, because they run in tandem with each other, but sometimes they get out of sync. And then when they come back in, I might make money on the NQ and lose money on the ES. So I might make $2,000 on the NQ, but lose $1,000 on the ES. Hey, your profit is the difference. That's just spread trading. I did that. I did that for a while. That was very interesting. I actually had a guy that managed a hedge fund. He actually showed me that. He traded like that. I tried to trade the bond market like that because he taught me how to do it, and I just couldn't get it. I suck at trading bonds. I was like, yeah, screw that. I'm done with that. Then I tried to trade oil futures, calendar spreads on oil futures. I sucked at that too. But what I did find that I was good at was dom scalping. When I got on the Jigsaw trading platform, and then I went through that program, and then they actually taught me stuff, and I actually did the exercises and started doing that with real money, because the prop firm, the fake prop firms weren't around. I did that with my real money. I actually started breaking even, and then I started making money. I was like, wait a minute, this hyper scalping stuff's pretty fun. Okay, so if you want to trade this, the stacked selling balances on order flow bars, where that stacked selling balance is, it's more than half of this bar right here. You're not looking for the whole move from here to here, but can you get half of that move? Maybe. Okay, and you can make good living off half a move. You don't need the full move. You can make money a quarter or half of the move, and you're still making good money. Let's say you get in on the break of that, your stop's up here. Well, once we start moving down here, you need to start taking profits. So start looking at the delta. And once we start climbing back up, you need to start peeling some off. Okay. But that stacked and balanced, and it looked like it was a double stack because it's pretty solid color. Um, see how thin that was right there? That stacked selling balance. You see how thick that was? That was a double stacked selling balance. That was pretty strong. But look at this one. This one right here is a pretty telling tale right here. The stacked selling balance is right here. Well, for one, it's above the order flow bar moving average. Okay, so that's not good to take. But this is because we're sloping down on the order flow bar moving average and we're below it. So you want to take shorts below it and then longs above it. But look at that stacked selling balance got absorbed from this candle. Then we kind of ran down. So that's maybe a shift, but this is, and then you have persistent buying that got absorbed. Then you had persistent selling that got absorbed. The market's just whacked out of its mind right now. So I wouldn't even be trading, to be quite honest. The market's just whacked out of its mind. Come back Monday. I mean, we had the stock selling balance right up in this area, and then we kind of sold off. Then we went back up. 350 algo. Institutions turn on their little freakazoid electronic pets. Oh, 154 sell, and on order flow, live order flow pulses, 159 that got executed in 100 milliseconds, but 154 that was one order. Would I try to be short in that? No, because look at the order flow bar moving average. It's sloping upwards. Plus, it's 355 for one thing. But let's say we had that. Let's say we had this right here, this setup at 10:30 in the morning. It would be a setup to go long on the break at 154. Maybe we can get a trap seller. Could it happen right now? Sure, but well, it's too late in the game to be quite honest. To be trading that. You got a persistent seller that tried to slow it down. And then another thing, I'm looking at the previous minutes, and it's just too many wicks going up and down. I like to see nice, solid, smooth action, not a bunch of wicks. I like to see smooth, solid, open and close, and then catching a seller offside, and then on the break of that, try to go along with your stop down here because you got the order flow bar moving average sloping up where it said the odds are in your favor. Not right now because it's 350. It's 356. Could odds are now in your favor, but let's say it was 10 o'clock in the morning. Valid, valid, valid. I mean, it's not valid right now because it's too late in the game. And if you look at the 5 minute, I mean, let's look at the 5 minute right here. 5 minute, yeah, getting ready to break the high right there. Could it run? Yeah. Well, you got 4 minutes. I just don't trade this late in the game, to be quite honest. And plus, there was too many wicks right here. Wick up, wick down, wick down. It's just, and plus, this bar right here, to be really truly valid, needs to close above that 154. It closed below it. I don't like that. That to me, I don't like buying that trapped seller because I like having the bar close above it. But I'm picky about my situations. You know, I'm picky. I'm picky about it. But that's just me. That's just me. You could be different. Okay, so maybe you got yourself 10 points. Okay, so what do I always say? I sound like a broken record, I know. Pay yourself. Your bank will enjoy it. Your car payment will enjoy it. Your rent or mortgage will enjoy it. Your girlfriend or wife will enjoy it. Your sanity will thank you. Pay yourself. Because now look at it. The market will give it, and the market will take it. So here's the thing. Could you get in here and get out here? Oh, yeah, if you're really extremely lucky and got a crystal ball, maybe. And get that whole move, maybe. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe one of those stinking highly intelligent gurus on YouTube will be able to tell you, well, I bought down here and I sold up here. Maybe one of them highly intelligent gurus will tell you that. I don't know. But all I want is a little piece of the pie. But this bar right here needed to close above the 154 in order for me to be valid, and it needs to be during market hours. I mean, morning hours, morning hours. It needs to be there. Okay. So, and then once you get 10 points, pay yourself, move to break even. Yeah. So yeah, and if you right click and go to reload Ninja Trader, it'll reload. Did you have order flow pulse running? If the order flow bars stopped, did you have order flow pulse running? Yes. Okay. Yeah. So there's something in there's something inside of order flow pulse code that's doing this because I see the same thing in my own system. Now, when I don't have order flow pulse running, it works fine. I never had that problem. Never had the problem with order flow bars doing that. Order flow bars would run 5, 6 hours. Perfect. As soon as I released order flow pulse, boom, started doing it. So there's something in there that's doing that. I might have to spend this weekend and figure that out. And it's got to be with the memory management. I mean, it could be well, it's not a thread locking issue. Um, it's a the reason I think it's a resource management issue is because when it boots up and all of a sudden you run it for like 5 minutes, it don't happen. But if it runs like 30 minutes or an hour or so, then it'll do it. And I think that's just because of that. Yeah, so you're not using tick replay, which is a good thing. Um, yeah, I have an idea of what I could do. I've got an idea to clean this up. Um, the code supports tick replay. I might have to yank that out and just start over with that tick replay stuff or not even do it. Um, but there's something with the memory management thing. I think what I'm just going to do is try to get the Z AI. I'll just load up the IDE and just be like, "Hey, this is the issue. Can you read through both code bases and see if you can't tell me what's wrong?" AI is really good at reading stuff, but sometimes it gives you bad information. You can use AI, but you can't trust it. It has to be verified, or you can trust but verify it. It's really good for research stuff. I mean, AI can do really good stuff. Like if you have a simple indicator, like a moving average you want to do, and you don't know how to do it with the Ninja Trader, AI can be able to walk you through it, and you can be able to build it out. But once you start doing stuff like reading market data feeds from Rhythmic and start showing heat maps and order flows and this and that, once you get a large code base, that's when it starts really to choke. Small, simple stuff, it's great. Small, simple stuff, it is fantastic. Or being on with the research, like I'll get on Chat GPT and be like, "Hey, I got this idea. What are some things I need to look out for?" And it'll tell me. As a software engineer years ago, before AI, I would have to go to like Stack Overflow, to the website Stack Overflow, search for it, and see what other people had that had the same problem, and to see how and then see how they figured it out and what they did to solve it, and then I would just go do it. So instead of going to Stack Overflow and researching, finding out solutions to a problem, I can just go to AI and then just start bouncing off things. I mean, AI is really good for that, but I mean, to be able to build a full blown application and release it, like AI is not going to be writing no 20,000 line code application and then releasing it. And if it does, it could be buggy as all get out and very insecure. So it's 4:04. I think I'm just going to shut it down, and I will be back at it Monday at 9:15. So I will be looking into this issue this weekend with the order flow bars and order flow pulse. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to bring up only order flow bars window, and then I'm going to go into connections. I'm going to disconnect from everything, and then I'm going to go to playback. And then I'm just going to play back just order flow bars and see if it will go. Then what I'm going to do is load up order flow pulse and order flow bars indicator, order flow pulse add-on order flow bars indicator and run that through playback and see if I can. I need to see if I can reproduce the issue over and over. If I can reproduce it 2 or 3 times, then I have an area where I can look towards if I can reproduce the problem. So have a good weekend. I will be at it again at 9:15 Monday, 9:15. We'll go over some things. Hopefully I can get up early enough to get at my desk at 8:30 and get my thoughts ready and get 2 cups of coffee, and we'll be raring to go. Hopefully we have some better market action next week because the past few weeks have just been total crap. Have a good weekend.